Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. My name is Stephen Wan, and I'd also like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands that we're meeting on, and to pay my respects to the leaders past and present. I have the privilege of leading the language technology team at CSIRO Data 61. We're a group of natural language processing researchers, computational linguistics researchers, and information retrieval researchers. And we're interested in applied research to take language technology into applications for industry and government. It's really an honor to be invited to give the opening talk today. Looking at the program, there's a diverse set of disciplines represented here, and this really resonates with me and with our group. And I'd like to really share the broader research interest that we have in this space and our thoughts on adopting a multidisciplinary research approach to look, as Beck said, at a wide range of disciplines. For us, we're looking at linguistics, human factors, social science as all contributing disciplines to this area. And we're doing this because our interest is in applied research to take these language technologies, like the large language models, into applications for the betterment of society. So just for fun, I thought I'd start by posing a request to ChatGPT for some discussion points for a talk such as this. I'm sure everybody knows ChatGPT by now. It's an interactive tool that's an AI that's fine-tuned for the purposes of dialogue. And crucially, it's built on those large language models that are capturing patterns of language usage gleaned from the massive online data that we find on the web, things like news, scientific documents, scientific and technical discussions, online books, and more. I think we'd all agree that the technology has come to a point where we're all quite excited and quite amazed by the possibilities. But as a scholarly community, we're also cautious because we know about the limitations of this technology and some of the pitfalls too. And much of this has been discussed in the public forum and in news already. So, for example, there are inaccuracies in the text that's generated, and we refer to these as the hallucinations. We know that it's sometimes hard to track back to the original references and sources to double check that information that is provided to us through these AI systems. So let's have a look at what ChatGPT suggested. It's true, as a computational linguistics researcher, I am inclined to comment on the history of the language technology field, especially for where large language models came. For point 2, it's a relevant point, but I'm going to leave that to the others in the program today. I think looking at the program, we're going to have some really interesting discussions on things like data bias and the ethical issues. For point 3, I'm going to pause there, and I'm not too sure. The output of ChatGPT is something that I think as users, we all need to review critically. We need to assess the correctness and the appropriateness of what's presented to us via these tools. And so for here, I'm going to ignore the suggestion from ChatGPT, because I think the interesting part about the broadening for us is that as technologists, we need to look broader and look further afield so that we don't pursue this technology with blinkers on. Now, don't get me wrong, I think there are many outstanding machine learning and engineering research questions still to be answered. For example, there are things like the replicability of experiments, thinking about how does evaluation change in this era, and the stability of these APIs when it comes to building applications for startups. But in addition to these, we should also be thinking about what can be learned from past and current research in the other disciplines like linguistics, computational linguistics, human factors, social sciences, and philosophy of science and history. So let's start by taking a look at the large language models and that rich history of research. So ChatGPT and the large language models underpinning it, in particular the generative pre-trained transformer model, these are these stand on the shoulders of giants, as it were, the other large language models. The BERT model was published in 2018, and it's the first in this family of transformer models as depicted here in the timeline. And I've put ChatGPT at the end of 2022 there. So since 2019, we refer to these models as the large language models because the sheer number of parameters in the model and the sheer volume of data that's used to produce these models. So for example, the GPT model has 175 billion parameters, and this means it's no mean feat of engineering to load this onto computing machinery. But sometimes when the pace of research accelerates so rapidly, we lose sight of the earlier underpinnings of these recent developments. BERT 2 was built on a foundation of earlier work on giants from a preceding era, the era of statistical natural language processing. During this time, we were introduced to applications that are exciting today as it was then: machine translation, text summarization, and of course, we don't want to take for granted all those advances in web search engines as well. What I find particularly interesting, as Beck highlighted, is that many of the technology questions that we're asking today have analogs in the earlier research. So let's have a look at some of these examples. In 2005, Philip Cohen and colleagues took a repository of European parliamentary transcripts and used this as a huge data set of translation examples. And this catapulted machine translation into the spotlight. Also in 2005, Microsoft released its paraphrase dataset, a dataset that's still used today to benchmark large language models in the neural network era of NLP. And in 2009, we thought of large language models as the Google collection of n-grams, word sequence statistics that were based on, as you might imagine, the largest book collection at the time that was available. I'm focusing on these examples, and because we can think of these blue blocks as indicative of the functions that we might want to think about in generating text. So think of translation, generating a translation, or generating a paraphrase of a text. In this case, we have some input text, in a foreign language or in the same language, and we want to replace or substitute words and phrases with another version that keeps the same meaning. And of course, there are multiple possible substitutions. So we want to use language models to decide which substitutions are appropriate given the context of the resulting generated sentence. However, in the statistical era, instead of having a statistical model for each block, today we have one overarching neural network language model, an end-to-end model. And what's interesting about this is that it's able to reason and infer things based on a numeric representation of meaning, what we call the embeddings. But even with the nice, elegant approach in neural networks and deep learning that we have today, I'm still a big fan of the abstractions that we had in that earlier period. So loosely speaking, the block on the left is about choosing what to say, and the block on the right is about choosing how best to say it in terms of the fluency, how fluent that resulting sentence looks like. So the key point is that our conceptualization of the problem of the research that we're performing and some of the data sets that we've put together to study these phenomena, these date back to the earlier periods and perhaps sometimes even earlier. And we can ask, what assumptions did our predecessors make when they created these data sets? And we can also ask, what else can we learn from their research? So in addition to the machine learning, in addition to the machine learning and engineering questions, we can learn about the way we model language and communication from these other fields. Here's an example of some of our work from that statistical period, work from the CSIRO and Macquarie University, where we looked at addressing the inaccuracies of text generation, where the text is generated via language models. In those days, though, statistical language models. We refer to these now as hallucinations, as I said before. At the top of the example is a news headline, and we want to generate a paraphrase, which we see in the bottom. There are, of course, multiple issues with the text generation. For one, it thinks the prime minister leads two countries, but there's an even more subtle error here. It omits the concepts related to that phrase too early. And by doing so, it completely reverses the meaning of that original sentence. What's interesting is that statistical language models were subject to the same limitations that our current models in neural networks that they face as well. So while the new models, of course, are much better, we know that they're still subject to these errors. And that's because choosing the most fluent sounding sequence of words is not the same necessarily as creating a factual sentence. In work with PhD students since, we've revisited this issue of inaccuracies in text generation, and we've looked at how we can constrain the neural network generation process, drawing from insights from this earlier literature. For example, we were interested in one thesis in looking at how competing constraints on the natural language generation process might compete. So for example, if a user requested a caption for an image, but they wanted that caption to reflect the positive attributes of the image, would that conflict with the constraint to generate a factually correct sentence? Following on from that, we wanted to allow the user to control the meaning of the generated text, so that the user says, okay, I really want this neural network generated text to have this particular content. Can we devise the algorithm so that they explicitly keep track of what's been said previously, what has yet to be said, so that we can allow that AI to conform to that user specification? And as you can imagine, these mechanisms are things that would allow us to tackle and reduce the risks of things like hallucinations, and also give the user some control over the AI generation process. In the third question, in the context of summarization, we asked, how do we take the user's context into account, specifically to influence what's deemed as relevant from the AI perspective? Of course, these are still open research questions, but I think these are a step in the right direction. And that last segue is, the last question is a nice segue to look at user-focused methodologies. It's important to understand what people are trying to do with these tools so that we can understand which technology building blocks are relevant to put together. And so we're looking at human factors research and user-focused research methods, particularly in the context of identifying how these large language models can be used to construct an AI agent, particularly to help with workflows around scientific and technical literature. So we're interested in studying how user workflow, for example, can be taken into account to infer or to have the AI learn what's relevant according to the user context. We're also interested in understanding that user-AI trust relationship so that we can see how we can use that understanding to better design AI tools, so that we can incorporate that understanding of how the user accepts the AI response or perhaps questions the AI response. What's particularly challenging in this at the current time is that some of these AI-enabled workflows are emerging as the technology is maturing. And so it's only now that scientists are envisioning and imagining what those new workflows could be. But at the end of the day, we're interested in applied research that helps users. So this is where those human-centered methodologies really are important. We're also interested in the social science aspect, because taking technology into the wider community raises many interesting challenges. The adoption or utility of technologies depends on how groups choose to relate to that technology. When we take mature research outcomes and technology into society, this makes it a socio-technological system. In this example, the Microsoft chatbot Tay used its interactions on social media. It learned from its interactions on social media. And so in doing so, it refined its language model. But unfortunately, by doing so, it acquired language patterns that were associated with undesirable values. So for example, it learned to emulate racist interactions. Examples like this, older but still relevant case, show that it's important to consider these social technological factors. It's not just about risks of an application entering a marketplace, but it's also about the risks of what these technologies and the harm that they can do in society. Fortunately, researchers on the precursors to ChatGPT were considering issues such as this, and they worked hard to curate those data sets so that it would avoid harmful and hateful text. But it highlights the constant need for us to think about how AI algorithmic and data bias affects the behaviors of these systems. It's not just in the chat systems that we need to consider this. The large language models underpins a lot of our work in machine translation in things like text classification, the ranking of search results, and the recommendation of products. And we often want to use these technologies to analyze text for social science related attributes. For example, we might be interested in things like social narratives, social values, sentiment, and stance. One of the things that these may be useful for is using these attributes to characterize the social technological system so that we might better understand the situations in which the deployments of the research and technology lead to success stories in terms of social impact. So to wrap up, I sketched briefly the rich history upon which the large language models are built as an initial motivation for why we should revisit some of that prior scientific work, which might be fruitful in guiding current research. But I also wanted to motivate why we need to complement existing research investigations with a broad range of disciplines to look at better ways to model the phenomena of language and communication, to design our AI to better facilitate user task and workflow, and to identify those social technological risks and opportunities when we take these larger language models and look for opportunities to build new applications. Hopefully, when we do this, we'll identify new advances and new opportunities for us to progress with ethical and responsible AI. And we'll be able to design such systems so that they not only help the user, but also lead to positive social outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Appreciate that pertinent discussion on a multidisciplinary approach. I think since we've all put our philosophy of science caps on today, I would love us to keep that idea, that theme through the rest of our talks today. Unfortunately, we're going to have to skip over questions. Apologies for the slightly late start on this morning, but we're going to change pace for a moment and welcome some panelists up for a discussion on the challenges related to diversity and inclusion in AI. For this panel, I'd like to welcome Dita Zaugi. Thank you very much. Dita is a professor of software engineering and is also the senior principal research scientist at CSIRO's Data61, and is also a leader in the National AI Center's think tank on diversity and inclusion. So thank you very much for being here. We're also going to be joined today by two researchers from overseas. Just give us a quick moment to sort that out.
The other two researchers that are going to be on the panel are Meg Mitchell, who probably doesn't need a lot of introduction. I would say most of you have heard of her. Meg was one of the founders of the ethical AI team at Google, and then left Google, and is now the chief ethicist. Oh, sorry. And is now the chief ethicist. Is that your title at the moment, Meg?
Chief ethics scientist, actually.
Chief ethics scientist at Hugging Face, which is an amazing open source large language model platform. And Meg's research focuses on the impact of that's Ida. Meg was also a founding member of Microsoft Research's Cognition Group. So she's published over 50 papers on natural language generation, assistive technology, computer vision, and AI ethics, and holds multiple patents in the areas of conversation generation and sentiment classification. We also have Ida Devani, who is a research scientist at Google in responsible AI And her research focuses on the impact of cognitive biases and stereotypes on the design and implementation of supervised NLP models. And her previous research has led to developing NLP models to identify moral expressions in language, detect unreported hate crime incidents from local news articles, and mitigate bias in hate speech classification. But we're going to start out with Didar. We're going to have about 5 to 7 minutes for each speaker, and then we're going to open for questions from the rest of the room. So I'll let you take.
Maybe it's going first, I think.
If it's okay, do you mind to go first? Okay.
That's okay.
Can I
Thank
give you
you.
this? Or you want
I can use this one.
Okay.
Yes, that's no problem. Good morning. Thanks, Rebecca, for inviting me to this panel. And great to be here. I have some set of slides, and how do I go about moving them?
So the topic that we're discussing today is diversity, inclusion, and generative AI. And just while we're bringing up the slides, so just want to mention that she's also the leader of the National AI Centre's think tank on diversity and inclusion, a professor emeritus at UTS, and a conjoint professor at the University of New South Wales. I think you have been working in this field of AI for.
I will explain. Well, actually, I can explain one. My team at CSIRO's Data 61 was formed last year after I decided to leave academia after some 25 years or so to come to work for CSIRO's Data 61 and build and lead a team in diversity and inclusion in AI as part of a large research initiative, research and development initiative in responsible AI. And my team basically is a multidisciplinary team, but also multicultural team. So we have software engineering researchers, social scientists, artists, diversity inclusion specialists, and my 2 postdoctoral fellows from human values and from policy frameworks. So when we started out last year in this work, the first question we had to ask, could you make this go up? No, I don't have any notes. No, I don't have notes. I just need to go click on here. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Okay, the first thing that came to our mind was what is diversity and inclusion in AI? Obviously, diversity and inclusion is a social construct, and most people have some intuitive and general understanding of it, maybe not a deeper understanding, but certainly when people talk about diversity and inclusion these days, we kind of have a bit of a understanding of what it means. But what does that mean in AI? So I started looking around, and to be honest, I didn't come across a normative description or introduction that was satisfactory to my knowledge. So I decided to sort of build a normative definition. And so basically what we refer to diversity and inclusion in artificial intelligence as inclusion of humans with diverse attributes and perspectives in 5 pillars that we talk about pillars, but really they're components of artificial intelligence ecosystem. That is humans, data, process, system, and governance. And when we talk about AI ecosystem, unlike when people talk about it in the business sector, obviously they talk about only about industry that develops AI. But here we talk about AI ecosystem, that includes these 5 pillars plus the environment, which means the application domain within which the AI system will be deployed and situated. So what I started at thinking really when I wanted to form my team was that I always remembered this sketch from Escher, drawing hands, thinking that AI systems should benefit from diversity and inclusion principles and practices in the design, in development, and deployment. And at the same time, conversely, AI system could actually accelerate and improve our understanding and practices of diversity and inclusion in society. And why I say that is because intuitively, we want to believe that AI systems are, unlike humans, should not show any bias. They are machines. And therefore, you want them to also help us accelerate understanding of the diversity and inclusion. And so the ambition is that finally we want these two to become mutually constituted and one basically impacting and influencing the other. So I get this right eventually. Okay, how did it go? The keyboard doesn't seem like to talk to me much. So maybe
Sorry
not,
about
not touch the keyboard.
Sorry about that. Maybe just stick to quick.
Okay,
Sorry about that.
no problem.
There you go.
Okay. So our aim really, because we work in CSIRO's Data 61, which is the National Science Agency in Australia and the digital arm of the National Science Agency, we wanted to see how we can operationalize diversity and inclusion in AI. And my background, as mentioned in the intro, is from software engineering. So I spent more than 2 decades of my academic life doing research in software engineering. And so I wanted to understand how should the diversity inclusion principles shape and influence AI systems, and conversely, how should AI systems shape and enhance diversity and inclusion practices? And so what we're doing at Data 61, we want to build a multidisciplinary approach to tackle, as we said this morning from what Stephen was telling us. And I want personally to explore software engineering research and practice body of knowledge to see how I can enhance and advance inclusiveness of AI. So, and by doing so, we want to build bridges between social scientists, technical ethics, and governance experts. And of course, we realized very early that we need a lot of advocacy for literacy in diversity inclusion in AI, let alone diversity inclusion in the first place. So, sorry, doesn't seem to be wanting to work with me, but maybe.
It's okay.
I have to click on the right side. Okay. So what have we done so far? We've basically did a scan through gray literature and academic literature, and we've developed a set of guidelines for diversity and inclusion in AI. And as a result, we have also basically encapsulated a contextual checklist for D&I considerations during the AI lifecycle. Because we are doing responsible AI in the Data 61, this responsible AI engineering approach, we want to find resources or develop resources. And we've developed some resources for eliciting diversity inclusion requirements. And requirements is something that I have spent a lot of time on during my research in the past. So, obviously, because I didn't find much evidence in terms of claims and in terms of what people speculate about lots and lots of harms of AI. And by that, I mean that there's a lot of evidence out there, but not many of them refer to and connect to diversity and inclusion. So I feel that we need evidence in here. And some of the challenges, I was asked by Rebecca to talk about challenges. Obviously, we know a lot about different type of biases in recruitment, in healthcare, in bank loan decisions, etc. But what we started doing, we did a systematic review of 49 scholarly articles, and we've extracted 94 individual and discrete challenges. These are grouped in 46 teams. Now, I just wanted to entice your appetite. We have a session this afternoon as a 1-hour workshop where we showcase these challenges, and we would like to ask you to help us identify how many of these challenges that we have extracted for AI actually can be connected and related to large language models as well, because large language models is just one type of AI. There are many other types of AI. And also, I wanted just quickly to showcase just a snippet to maybe get you to come to our workshop and help us look at some of these challenges that we found by showing you a few of them. And these are structured under the 5 pillars that I showed you in the definition. Okay, now, what do we know and what don't we know about diversity and inclusion in language models, in large language models? And I've said, again, in those 5 structures, just one question per each. There's obviously many other questions, but how diverse are the LLM development teams? And in the terms of data, who are the data laborers? And how diverse are those who label data for large language models? In terms of process, we are asking about the development processes and how inclusive are these development processes. And for system, we look at the principles of diversity and inclusion, and we ask, are they being considered in the evaluation, in testing, and monitoring of large language models as they evolve through their life cycle? And finally, in terms of governance, we want to know whether diversity and inclusion principles are being considered when we talk about compliance and conformance in large language models. We just recently wrote a blog for LinkedIn, and we were basically calling at all hands on deck to come and look at incidents, AI incidents. And there are obviously online incident repositories for AI. Not a lot of incidents are being reported on ChatGPT and large language models, perhaps because there are ChatGPT at least is only 6 months old. But it's interesting to see if we can apply the same method that in aviation industry has been applied for decades. And as a result, aviation has become much safer place, and never one incident will repeat again once it has been investigated and the report has been generated from that incident. So this is the kind of approach that I am now advocating, and basically calling out for anyone who's interested to come on board. And I've developed a framework for this black box development and black box inspired approach to investigate AI incidents to understand how we can tackle diversity and inclusion. Just want to show you this page from the AI incident database, and I just checked on the GPT, and there weren't that many, but one that's sort of caught my eyes that definitely being a diversity inclusion related incident is the one that I've highlighted when OpenAI GPT-3 associated Muslims with violence. So, which I thought definitely this is something that needs to be looked at. And who is being excluded? This is another question that Rebecca asked me to talk about. Okay, so these are just rough numbers. World population is roughly about 8 billion, and 4 billion of those have no internet. Okay, no internet access. And so from those other 4 billion that do have internet access, there are those who are content consumers. These are silent majority. And then the content generators, there's a noisy minority. And from the noisy minority, we have dominant global north. And from the dominant global north, there's English language and there's other languages. And all those ones that's large language models are being trained on are mainly from the stuff on English language, up till now at least. And those are mainly a collection of hate speech, low quality content, misinformation, and useless noise, plus other stuff. So, but these are the sort of things that we want to talk about. Finally, I think we're done.
I think, yeah, we'll move.
Okay.
Thank you. Hello.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So 96 different challenges, and it was no, you can stay up here. It was a good moment to actually throw to Ida. Ida, are you still there? Because Ida's specialty is actually hate speech on these language models. Would you like to, did you have slides, Ida, or do you just want to chat?
No, I don't have the slides, but
okay, no, that's fine. That's
I
fine.
can just talk about.
Okay, great.
Thank you, actually, for inviting me, and it's an honor to be able to join with Vidar and Meg and all the virtual and in-person people here in the audience. So as us as AI researchers are taking revolutionary steps in training large language model, there are significant efforts that are being taken to align these models with human behaviors. And these alignment efforts aim to prevent the identified potential risks, such as propagation of fake news and hate speech, and many other challenges, some of which Didar just was mentioning. However, a critical question that is often overlooked is which humans are these models being aligned with, and what is our definition of human, and how much of it is based on the narrow perspective that researchers and model designers from specific parts of the world can bring on the table to the table about the diversity of human cultures and social contexts. So my goal here is to explore the issue of diversity and inclusion within the context of hate speech detection. So this task is crucial in filtering out the harmful language from training data and preventing the generation of harmful content by the LLMs. By examining this particular case, we can identify important questions that need to be asked across other domains for model alignment in order to better understand and incorporate human diversity into models. Creating benchmarks for hate speech detection typically involves disregarding the diversity of perspectives that human annotators can provide. Instead, it relies on a majority vote. However, as many recent work on the human differences in understanding language has shown, and in one of our previous works, we demonstrated that annotation aggregation may unfairly disregard perspectives of certain annotators and sometimes certain sociodemographic groups. And this issue can arise in various language understanding tasks, including but not limited to detecting hate speech, emotions, and sentiment. All of these tasks are representations of social behaviors that are largely affected by cultural differences. So to identify who is being excluded, we can draw upon decades of research and data on discrimination. The groups that are being excluded from the process are often the same groups that have historically faced exclusion. Therefore, any new question regarding diversity and inclusion should be informed by this vast research on discrimination. So based on these results, we propose 3 recommendations that are aimed to avoid these issues in benchmark creation. So we suggested data developers to release the annotator level labels and provide the documentation of how the annotators were recruited, the criteria being used to select and assign data to them, and any effort to ensure representational diversity through transparency artifacts such as data sheet and data statements are encouraged. But annotators' diversity is not limited to their demographic differences, and even when the annotation effort controls for representing different demographic groups in a population, what we saw was that the normative social biases of the majority can still overrule the minority perspectives. So for example, in a stratified experiment we conducted on hate speech annotation in the US, we showed that detecting the hate speech toward a social group is largely dependent on how the majority of annotators perceive that group. So for instance, when the majority of the annotators perceive a social group as warm and competent, they were more likely to collectively agree and detect the hate speech toward that group. So these normative stereotypes in turn impact the benchmarks and classifiers of hate speech. And in other words, the effort for aligning the large language models for limiting harmful language can be derived by the same stereotypes that will lead to prejudice and discrimination against those groups in our real life. Annotating hate speech, like any form of social evaluation, is a complex task that involves various perceivers, targets, and dimensions, each with varying priorities and relationships to other dimensions. And this issue is just one example of how culture can impact models. And we must also consider how different aspects of human culture is influencing every steps of the model process. So in general, a question that persists regardless of the new technologies being introduced is our definition of human beings. And as the technologies get closer to provide human-like performance on different tasks, we still need to acknowledge that there is no single definition of human, and what is considered as human, both in social sciences and AI evaluation, is mostly white, Western educated individuals who, as their research has shown, can have completely different psychological mechanisms compared to majority of the human beings these models can reach. So any social issue with the large language models cannot just be defined as internal properties of the model and be de-biased or controlled in that context, and should be assessed based on the social context in which the model is being used.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Ida. I'm going to transparency in annotators. And again, we're hearing that necessity to look at these models in a socio-technical context. I'm going to throw to Meg now.
Sure.
There we go.
Yeah. Does everyone hear me okay? I didn't have a chance to do a mic check, so I just want to make sure it's all good.
No, you're coming through loud and clear. Thank you.
Awesome.
for
Thank you.
joining us today.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm really happy to be here. There's a lot of topics here that are quite close to my heart. So I was excited to have the opportunity. Just sort of to open, I guess, although we're quickly running out of time, I can just give a little bit of background. I have studied linguistics and have a PhD in computer science. And I think relevant to this event, despite the fact that I have a PhD in computer science, I've gone from being called a linguist to being called an ethicist. Which is kind of offensive to both linguists and ethicists who actually know what they're talking about. But it's interesting that there is this like pull, this really strong bias to say like, oh, well, a woman can't be a scientist. She has to be part of these other fields, even when they are absolutely not my forte, yet somehow that becomes, what I'm called. So I thought it was sort of interesting, even just introducing me, where it's like, is she an ethicist? And if you practice ethics, then you are, I guess, a kind of ethicist. But I think it's also the case that oftentimes women in particular aren't really given a platform to talk about the more technical things and sort of scientific things. And so it's really useful to be able to have, it seems like a diverse group here today to dig into some of these issues. I'll say that like in the theme of diversity and inclusion, it's really important to pay attention to what those two words mean, right? So we tend to say diversity and inclusion like it's one word almost, it's one phrase that just goes together, but they're two separate concepts. And it's really critical to understand those two concepts as separate concepts if you want to do well on it. So I like to say that diversity is people with characteristics that are often or historically subject to marginalization or discrimination at a table. Inclusion is any one person feeling comfortable speaking, right? So you can have inclusion of a single individual. You can't have diversity with a single individual, right? There's like this diverse candidate idea if it's like someone who's not a white man. You can have diversity if you have a lot of different characteristics, but with inclusion, the person with some specific characteristic has to feel comfortable talking, right? They feel like they belong, the sense of belonging. And one of the keys to inclusion is not excluding. And so we're kind of going to get to this in the panel, but I think one of the fundamental issues with developing language model technology or any kind of AI technology is that a lot of the people who should be part of the discussion from the beginning are excluded. They're not invited to the meetings, they're not put on the email lists, all these sorts of things where you end up with a kind of myopia on what technology to develop and how, due to a culture of exclusion of people with marginalized characteristics. By definition of being marginalized, it's being excluded a lot. And so I would really love to sort of dig in here to the relationship between the sort of structural cultural issues and how that comes to bear on the kind of technology that's developed and who it works for.
We have a little bit more time if you want to keep chatting, Meg.
Oh, okay. I thought we only had to like 15 past or something like this. So I was trying to.
It's morning tea break as well after this. So I think everyone's pretty interested in what you've got to say, what everyone's got to say. I'm just going to give the microphone to Annie. Okay, so we've heard quite a lot of points there. 96 challenges from Cyro, which is a little overwhelming. Ida mentioned quite a lot of different challenges as well. And I really like Meg's point as well of that, there's a lot of people that are just excluded from these conversations from the get-go. And thank you for noticing we've made quite a diverse day. So, I went to great efforts to do that. And, Meg was the first person I reached out to when I wanted to have this conference, because I knew that she would understand the point of what I was trying to get here is that we need to have a lot more voices at the table. So I'm going to throw it out to the audience first. If anyone has any questions of any of the speakers, Annie, just don't forget to flick the switch up.
Hey team, thanks for what you're doing. It's amazing. This is for everyone, but you mentioned that the future needs to be based on the research of discrimination rather than the experience of discrimination, which is already missing from most of the research, the researchers, the analysis, the interpretation, the samples, the whole thing. The other thing is I was just hoping you could comment on the tensions between, when you're talking about diversity and inclusion, there's always a tension between those who want more power and influence and those who want more equity and justice. And there's a tension between the availability of things versus the accessibility of things. For example, I couldn't hear everything, so I asked for the captions to go on, and all of a sudden see half the room staring at the captions and giving me a thumbs up when 1 in 6 of us are benefiting from that, but it's not a default. So could you guys comment on those tensions and inclusion of previously excluded, silenced and erased groups?
Great question. Which of our speakers would like to take that one first? Anyone? Do you want to just summarize the question? Just one question at the end.
Tensions between those who have the power and those who haven't previously, because we need to bring everyone to the table. But at the moment, if you're just looking in research literature, you're not going to be finding the people who have already been excluded there.
Okay.
Voices. Great. Yeah.
Who would like to? I feel that all three of you actually touched on that in your opening talks. Did I?
Well, go. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Go, Meg.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I was sort of fascinated by the start of that question, which put this sort of dichotomy between like what the research says about discrimination and the lived experiences of discrimination. I'm not sure who that question, like that part of the question was going to, but I just, should flag that I think that's a false dichotomy. You need to have people who have direct experiences with discrimination at the table because they are going to be able to see things that other people just have blind spots in, like immediately. It's sort of like, there's this thing in vision called the pop-out effect or the saliency effect, where when you look at a big, massive screen of tons of stuff, if there's like one moving thing, you easily see it immediately. And it's kind of like that with representational issues. So for example, for many women, you walk in and you see a panel and it's all men, you notice that immediately, right? It's like not even a cognitive process. It's just there, you see it. Or, I know people who are Black, they go into rooms, they see lots of white people. They're like, this is just, you don't even have to think about it. And that creates a fundamentally different way of looking at things and understanding things. That's critical if we want to have technology that works well for everyone and doesn't harm people. So I don't know sort of who you were communicating with on that, like research versus lived experience, but just, I think it's critical to have people with lived experiences of discrimination at the table. Does someone want to hop in? Because I have a lot more I can kind of say, but I don't want to
I'll throw it to Dita. And while I'm doing that, can I get an indication of how many questions we do have in the room? Just so. Oh, we've got lots of questions. Okay, so Dita, just
okay.
A minute
So
on that.
I echo what Meg is saying, and there are some I call them protected attributes because that's what they're called in a sort of a legal sense. There are those that are obviously visual and you can see them, such as male, female, Black, white, but there are many different protected attributes that are not seeable. And you have to be acutely aware of those groups of people who are marginalized. And I would just give one example of the LGBTQI group, or people ageism. Also, with ageism, I think you can see somebody's age a little bit with their face, maybe, but in different cultures, maybe you can see. And so I think that you need to have representation around the table for decision making. But I also wanted to maybe comment on the second part about who has the power and who wants the access. And I think that is really very fundamental in relation to large language models, because I believe with the advent of releasing ChatGPT to the public, you have now trying to sort of bridge that gap, because previously, I think large language models were primarily accessible to the researchers or those who were trying to make some money out of them, let's call it. But now I think it's open to public. And by public, I go back to the breaking of the 8 billion versus 4 billion who don't have access to internet and all of that. So I think that's, I just want to give one example. For example, the Siri was designed for the edges. It was designed for blind people, but it ended up, in fact, benefiting everyone, right? So I believe that if we do look at the edges and look and try and design things for the marginalized or groups that don't get benefits at the moment from large language models, we will truly benefit a lot more just by giving that example.
That's true. That's true. Excellent. Okay, there's a lot that we could dig into there, but can I just see the hands of the question holders again? Well, Anna, you're right next to someone there, so.
So thank you. Is this on? Okay. Yeah, thank you for all those comments. So my question is basically what do any of the panelists think are some of the most promising ways to incorporate diversity and inclusion at the stage of deciding what technology to develop in the first place? Because I think there might be the worry that if you incorporate diversity and inclusion just after the stage where the tech is already developed, it might be just a kind of band-aid on a kind of technology that's already reproducing some kind of injustice within society.
Okay, I might throw that to Ida because I know that your research does look at that as well. Would you like to take that one?
Yeah, I think all the panelists here touched on that, about including the communities in every step of the process. It's not just enough to be done with the training and go back and see like what's happening in the interaction of the model with different communities, but different groups should be involved both in the creation of the data training. Like we should understand where our data is like coming from, because people who are using the data is not essentially the people who are considered as the final users. There are also like there are communities, as Didar mentioned, and there are even like countries that are being sanctioned and their data is not being used. But every person can have, like, this technology is reaching people who haven't been like considered as the final user. So it's like the most of these models are out there right now, but maybe one question or one of the things that we all touched on was that even from steps before training the data, we should be asking what are the groups that are being involved and what are the groups that are being affected.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, I'm going to keep moving along just because I know we've got quite a few questions.
Can I just comment on that
Yes,
as well?
absolutely.
So I think that what you said is absolutely important in that I find that whenever I talk to anyone about diversity and inclusion in AI, the first thing and the only thing that people talk about is data. And says, oh, yeah, we should have to make the data, more, blah, blah. But then when you really look at the problem, the real source of the problem comes across the ecosystem that I mentioned in my definition. That's why I think that we have to be acutely aware of diversity and inclusion in all those 5 pillars. And at the same time, it's a sort of a continuous work. It's not something that you fix in one place, as you said, Band-Aid, and it will continue to be perpetuating diversity and inclusion principles and practices everywhere. So, I think that one of the things that we are advocating in Data 61 is not just this holistic approach of diversity and inclusion everywhere, not just in the data, but also continuously monitoring and evolving and correcting. And so going back to what I was saying, learning from mistakes, fixing them, and don't let them happen again. And this will make it continuous.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you. Okay, can I see those question hands again? Annie, the person, oh, there you go, perfect.
Hi, thank you so much all for those really wonderful presentations. I've just got a question, I guess, in the how you guys kind of deal with the contradiction of potential job loss with the AI technology itself and how that could result in further a lack of diversity because we're just getting less people in positions, and we're seeing sort of mass layoffs at the moment. I think that's something that's going to continue to happen in the tech spaces, especially. So I was just wondering if that's something you looked in your research.
Good question. Meg, you're nodding quite vigorously there. Did you want to take that one?
Oh, well, I just agree it's a problem. And I don't think it's a problem because the technology is as good as humans. I think it's a problem because CEOs are, and leaders of different companies are making the decision that AI is just as good or can replace people. So, as like with a lot of issues in AI, this is a social issue, not a technical issue. And to your point about a lack of diversity from firing more people, there's the additional effect of when one model is used, then you have homogeneity in the kinds of stuff that's produced, right? So, this one model has certain interpretations of the world and representations of the world. And if that gets deployed across tons of different companies, then you have this homogeneity effect where they're all sort of producing the same kind of content, as opposed to what it would be like with people with, completely different life experiences. And so on the one hand, I think that if we had a more diverse and inclusive approach to developing AI, we'd be in a situation where AI would be assistive and augmentative to people, so actually helping create more jobs. We're instead in a situation where AI is being put forward as a replacing technology, which goes into this kind of like alpha sort of mindset that's deeply problematic. And then, people who buy into tech hype and have power over employees make a decision to fire them, which is, I think, incredibly ill-advised. I don't think it's, been supported that the recent sort of generative technologies can replace a lot of people or replace it well. So I'm really concerned about the homogeneity effect this will all have, about the fact that it furthers the sort of divide between the have and have-nots, and the fact that it could be completely different. It could be assistive. It could be augmentative. That could be our bias. We could be skewed towards assistive, but we're not. We're skewed towards replacement. And that's also a function of a lack of diversity for people at the table. So yeah, it's terrible, and it doesn't have to be this way. And it requires a change in culture in order to make it change.
Ida, I see you're nodding as well. Did you want to add anything to that?
Yes, just wanted to just go back to the concept of like having diversity in every part of this life cycle. And one important part is the diversity in the designers and designers of the model and the questions they are asking and the questions they think they are answering. And by eliminating the diversity of the ideas in that section, it still like has like the overall effect of excluding those ideas, those speakers at the table.
Just one last point on that. I was going to say that this is not the first technology in the history of humanity that is trying to make people lose jobs, or that is what the perception is. And I just wanted to say that I personally have a lot of trust and vision for humanity. I don't think we're going to be seeing really disastrous effects like we did. We have recovered from so many technological advances in centuries behind us, and we're still going. So I think even if we do feel some job losses to begin with, but we will see that the technology would help us accelerate a lot of other things that will bring new jobs.
I like that. I like that positivity that we will survive. And then also for Meg, that we have an opportunity to make these decisions right now. And also from what Ada said earlier in the talk, that we need to also look back into the past. I think we have time for one more question.
Thank you. There's a question that I want to ask that might help my brain stop hurting. For some of the reading that I've done in preparation for this conference, I think it was actually might have been one of the papers that Meg was an author on, was in the efforts to clean up and remove hate speech from large language model training data sets, we might inadvertently actually make them less diverse. Like, is there any answer to that problem? Because that's just going round and round in my head, and I can't sort of see a way forward on that.
Good question. We have two experts up here that just research exactly that. Meg, do you want to take that first?
Yeah, I'll try and answer quickly to also give Ada some time. But basically, what you're referring to the C4 paper, I believe, or the documenting C4 paper. And basically, what happens when there's cleaning or filtering of data for potential hate speech and toxic language is it's based on simple word lists, right? So, like, if you worry that the word gay is going to be associated with pornography, which it is in a lot of sort of internet domains, and you just remove that word, then you're going to be removing the experiences of gay people in the data. And so that kind of thing happens a lot, also with reclaiming language. And so basically, if we want to have good, diverse, representative data, we need to actually be able to define what we collect and collect based on the sorts of identities and the sorts of distributions we want to have in the data, as opposed to collecting everything and then using these really immature, just keyword-based erasure, because it has the opposite effect. So I think it really shows, the fact that this happens really just shows the immaturity of data curation, and the fact that data really isn't curated, it's scraped and filtered in a very coarse-grained way that then removes content that we'd like to have. We need more mature methods for this.
Yeah, absolutely. Ida?
Yeah, I just agree with Meg on that, and also like mentioning all of the most of the word-based approaches are also like removing associations that are then needed because they are like a pathway to understanding other like social biases that are like more implicitly in the data, but by removing like based on keywords, based on like simple pairs of like, for example, stereotypical words, we tend to lose that information in the representation of the data as well.
Did you want to add anything?
I'm good.
Okay. All right. Well, we're at time. Time flies really quickly. I think that thank you very much, Dida and Meg and Ida, for coming and giving us those comments. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
and thank you for staying up late. I know it's a little later in the evening in Western USA. So I do appreciate that. I think that from all of what we've heard this morning from Stephen and from Dida and from Meg and from Ida is just the beginning of what we're going to talk about today. And I hope you feel the same as me, that the appetite is wet and ready to go. And we're now going to split into our 3 streams after morning tea. Ida is actually going to be presenting a longer talk about her research in hate speech classifiers. And Dida, as she mentioned, they're going to be running a workshop later in the afternoon about diversity inclusion in language models. And Meg, thank you so much for your time, because I know that you're always very busy. Okay, so I'll let you all jump out and grab some tea and coffee, and we'll see you at the next session. Thank you.
The tech hiccups there. Yeah, so for this session, we're going to kick things off with our presenters. At the end of each presentation, we have a little bit of time for some questions. I just wanted to ask, in the interest of time, which we're already running over, and to give everybody plenty of time to have lunch and enjoy the networking opportunities today, if we're going to ask questions, which we'd love to hear, just try your best to keep the questions sharp and to the point. Keep the preambles, please. We would like to hear your name and where your interest is in this very pertinent topic before you ask your question. That would be excellent. So for now, please give a warm welcome to Tiberio Cayetano for the first session. So thank you. So Tiberio is the co-founder and chief scientist at the Gradient Institute and has spent a career exploring the practice of responsible AI with enormous amount of experience and the wealth of knowledge in this field. So thank you very much. I'll hand over to you, Tiberio. Excellent. Okay, and if you would, you can use the screen here to navigate. So, yep.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Can everyone listen to me properly, hear me properly? Okay. So the purpose of this presentation today is to give you a little bit of my personal perspective, as well as the Gradient Institute sort of collective emerging thinking around LLMs and how they are impacting specifically the practice of responsible AI. Okay. So let's get started, because there's quite a few things to look at. If I can. Oh yeah, sure. I'll do that. No problem. So what I'll talk about, essentially structure this into 3 components. Yeah, I'll start by just, talking about this paradigm shift that has been happening over a few years, at least since 2020, when GPT-3 came out. And it was quite a moment. And now it's gone mainstream. And then I'll talk about 3 specific AI premises that the responsible AI community has, I believe, historically largely sort of held, and that they are being challenged. I think they are being challenged now by large language models. And finally, some comments on the directions for practice and policy. Okay. So the first thing, of course, is this AI paradigm shift. I mean, it's been happening for several years. It's a process, but now it's sort of out there, obviously, for everyone to see. I remember when GPT-3 came out in 2020, that was a moment where I personally thought, well, there's something fundamentally different happening. And now the entire world seen with Chatllm23 and so. And there's a lot of debate. I mean, clearly it's gone mainstream, and it's at the very center of our political discourse today, and will be for forever. So, I mean, in terms of responsible AI, okay, so there are many ways you can conceptualize responsible AI. Okay? So for the purpose of this talk, let's make it really simple and look at it as this proactive attempt to prevent AI harm. All right? So it's largely about reducing the downside. There's so much about AI that is about increasing the upside, and there's a lot about responsible AI that's about that as well. But just let's constrain the conversation today as how can we reduce the downside? And this is a caricature. In practice, it's very different. Whenever you do anything, you completely change this distribution and so on, but you get what I'm trying to do here. Now, the first threat, or the first sort of premise that I think is under challenge is this, is that regulation of AI is to focus on its uses as opposed to the technology in and of itself. So I want to argue that this is in check now. So if you look at AI regulatory proposals like the AI Act on the right here, and a lot of the academic thinking that has been happening over the past several years, like 10 years. So this is a great paper by Peter Bennett-Moses here, really framing everything in terms of how are we using this technology? Is it high risk? Is it not high risk? As opposed to let's focus on regulating the technology itself, because that seems like it's wrong, right? I mean, you want technology to actually grow, and you want creative people to build more and more powerful systems and more intelligent systems, but you just want to regulate the application domains and specific sectors in which it's applied. Well, it turns out that that's in check. And one of the reasons why it's in check is that now you have a completely general tool. Now, if you want to watch movies or play chess or translate, I mean, in the past, of course, you have to use different tools, right? So now I can do all of that. And in fact, it does better for movie recommendations for me in GPT-4 than in Netflix, I must say. It at least explains to me, oh no, you're going to like this movie because of X. You know what? It's pretty good. I can play chess in it. It's still bad, but it's astonishing that you can do it. And translation also, all sorts of other things. But what the point here is that this technology now, it clearly is extremely powerful And it can be applied to absolutely almost most of the domains we can think about in terms that require cognition. So we need to think hard about the terms according to which we develop this technology as well. It's not just enough to think individually about domains of application, but it's fundamental kernel way of developing this technology. Because if something goes wrong there, it's going to go wrong everywhere. So that's the first thing. Now, the second premise that I think is in check is that, look, if you've been doing ethics of AI and responsible AI and working on AI safety, whatever it is that you've been doing in this space, I mean, it's all about data and algorithms, right? You want to regulate AI governance. It's not all about it, but it's really a lot about, is your data appropriate? Is your algorithmic system set up in the right way? Do you have the right checks and balances on that? Now, well, it turns out there is a third ingredient that has been largely overlooked, and that's compute. And that needs to be questioned. Now, if you look at the production function of AI, there are three key ingredients. There are other ingredients, of course, there are people, there's capital, there's labor, and so on. But for the purpose of this conversation here, the three key ingredients, yeah? So compute, data, and algorithms. If you look at regulatory proposals, if you look at practices, technical audits, and so on and so forth, if you look at the way people are actually operating this space, a lot of the focus goes into data and algorithms. What's wrong with that? Well, there's nothing wrong with that. The problem is that it's missing a component that now, in this new paradigm, is absolutely crucial, which is compute. Why is that? Well, there's this very fundamental fact of this new technology, which is compute drives an intelligence upward spiral. This is now well established, it's well understood that you have a positive feedback loop here, connecting intelligence, money, and compute. So number one, more cognitive capability increases your financial reward. That's a general thing, there's this expectation that more intelligence will bring you more money. Now, well, more money can certainly buy you more compute. I can buy as many chips as I want, provided I have money. There's absolutely no regulation on that. Any company can do that, provided Taiwan fabs are shipping enough chips. People can just get them. Okay. And well, the third ingredient is the fundamental new thing here. It's that, and this is really astonishing, is the fact that you just increase the compute or the size. It's essentially the same thing of these models, and they acquire fundamental new capabilities, qualitatively new capabilities. Traditionally we think of compute as you throw more compute, you get more speed, you get more efficiency, right? Everything goes faster. No, here it gets smarter. You throw more compute and it gets smarter. So that's a fundamental thing we need to pay attention to. We can't ignore that. And it creates a positive feedback loop. That's extremely, positive feedback loops lead to exponential increase in upward spirals, yeah? So that's what we have, a compute upward spiral. Well, here's the problem is that, alignment doesn't really catch up. If money suffices to create intelligence, money by itself, buying chips doesn't actually make those systems safer, doesn't actually make those systems more reliable. That doesn't work. In order to do that, you actually need brains, human brains, thinking about how to do the research to ensure that those systems become reliable. So that doesn't scale. Yeah, you can buy as many chips as you want, but you can't just create 50,000 new AI safety researchers and get them to solve the alignment problem tomorrow. That doesn't work. So we've got a big problem there. So clearly the result is that there is this dilemma where you have compute creates this AI safety dilemma. It's really here compute creating this dilemma. On one side, you have this relentless sort of advance toward higher and higher capability, and on the other side, you have hardness of alignment. Now, the third premise, this is a really complicated one, and it's really hard to address. We think that democratizing AI is the right thing to do, and to a large extent it is. You want people to actually have these tools to use them for good benefit, for their individual benefit, to build new companies and build and have better services to, and so on and so forth. But here's the reality. So the reality is that what is happening is that we are creating AI enhanced agents. So individuals are not just people anymore, right? They are kind of cyborgs. They are AI enhanced agents. And guess what? That can be used for all sorts of purposes, great purposes and bad purposes, So AI not only sort of directly impacts the individuals, but helping them to impact the world. Now, well, here's the fact. Power needs proportionate accountability, right? If you have more power, you need more accountability. And the attention of responsible AI policy historically has been on those who have a lot of power, because you want them to have accountability. Makes a lot of sense to hold big tech accountable, to make sure that enterprises are responsibly deploying their systems, be it for credit scoring, be it for insurance pricing, be it for whatever, right? But the reality is that now you've got an API that gives you access to a general intelligence that is quite powerful. It's not astonishingly powerful, but it's actually quite powerful. And individual people, small companies and bad actors, everyone, it's a big party, right? Everyone can start to do these things. So there is this emerging risk of increasing power for agents that are not yet without accountability. So there's no driver's license for AI, So let's then get to the end of this, some ideas about what can be done in light of all these challenges, right? So the first is that the practice, of responsible AI should really focus on what I'm calling here, for the lack of a better word, knowingly alignable large language models. Things like GPT-3 and to hopefully GPT-4, because it's already, the genie has left the bottle there. So hopefully we can do appropriate fine-tuning, appropriate customization for this enterprise sector, for small companies, and so on and so forth. There's a lot of hope there and a lot of great, good outcomes that can come out of that. And, we can apply. It's feasible and it's doable. We can sort it out. Now, direction for policy. Now, this is really important because, how are we going to govern the future of AI? I'd say that we need to think here both at the global and the national level. At the global policy, to me, it's absolutely clear we need to start to thinking seriously about compute governance. We talk about data governance. We talk about the governance of algorithmic governance and AI governance, but where is compute governance? The reality is that if you have $100 million and if you are a bad actor, you can build systems because the algorithms are known, the data, you can get it from the internet for free, open source projects with all the data you actually want. How are you going to address these issues? You need global coordination. You need countries to actually get together and figure this out. This was done in nuclear. This was done in bio. It needs to be done for AI. National policy, several things. Clearly we need serious funding for AI research. But it's just not AI research, right? It's actually, let's do AI research such that we put safety ahead. Safety comes first, right? If you go to an airplane, you say, oh, well, safety is our #1 priority. Any high stakes sort of service, the first thing they tell you, safety is our #1 priority. Okay, so the same needs to happen for AI. So we need to seriously fund AI, but we need to seriously fund responsible AI safety. Right? We need dedicated regulatory bodies because it's not like AI, as I said at the beginning, can actually be completely taken care of on a sector-by-sector basis. Yes, we need that. We need to empower individual regulators, sector-based regulators, but we need AI-dedicated agencies, just as we had for finance, just as we had for health, just as we had for any other sort of truly high-impact field. We need, and that includes liability, right? So, AI harms, let's just create harms, no liability. So we need to sort out appropriate liability regimes for AI. auditing, certification, all of that. So that's all very, I think it's very clear that we need that. So just summarizing to wrap up, I mentioned 3 key premises of responsible AI practice that I think are being challenged now. We need to think more seriously about them. So the first is that, regulate AI use, but don't bother regulating the way you build very powerful systems. I think that needs to be questioned, seriously questioned. And second, the focus on data and algorithms, not on compute. That needs to be seriously questioned. And democratize AI. Yes, we want to democratize AI responsibly and with the right accountability for all actors so that we stay on that diagonal of that curve, that plot that I showed earlier. And directions for practice, policy, and regulation. So what do we need? We just need to deal, it's doable, and we can do a great job and create great good by aligning, customizing models that for specific purposes that work with sufficiently small LLMs like GPT-3 and hopefully GPT-4 as well. But beyond that, still a big question mark, we don't know. So, but we definitely can do it for those audits and incorporate red teaming into audits and all that sort of stuff. And regulation, we need to target both. The reality is we need to target both sectors, the use of AI, but we need to also target we need to put the right guardrails about on how our processes and protocols, how the AI is developed, how the processes are developed, and augment AI governance with compute governance. Finally, as a researcher, I'm a machine learning researcher by training, so that's where I spent 10 years at NICTA, today Data 61, doing research in machine learning, and I just can't finish this presentation without saying that without money for research, and specifically safety research, specifically responsible AI research that makes sure that we control for the downside responsibly, there's no hope. And because I'm optimistic person, I think there is hope because this money has to come and will come. And here we are trying to push for it. And that pretty much wraps up the presentation. And I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
So thank you so much, Tiberio. I appreciate that a lot of us probably have questions regarding that excellent presentation. Just in the interest of keeping things in time, please hold on to those questions for our networking session after this event. At this stage, we need to move on to the next speaker. But thank you again, Tiberio. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Okay, thank you very much for joining us, June. So we're joined today on Zoom by June Sung Park, a PhD student at Stanford University. June's PhD is in, pardon me, sorry, is in computer science at Stanford. And today, in a similar sort of fashion, continuing along that line of human-computer hybridization, June's going to be talking about the different possibilities for immersive AI environments to do with interpersonal communication and different tools that have applications to generate new possibilities for human interaction. Thank you very much, June. Just give me one brief moment. Of course.
Great.
You should be able to share your screen as well, June.
Fantastic. Okay, can you all see my screen?
Beautiful, thanks very much.
Great, and can you hear me? Does the sound work? I guess this is
loud and clear.
Perfect. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is June. I'm a third-year PhD student in the computer science department at Stanford, working with Michael Bernstein and Percy Liang. And today I will talk to you about generative agents, interactive simulacra of human behavior. For over 4 decades now, we, the researchers and practitioners at the intersection of HCI and AI, envision the ability to simulate believable human behavior. In our vision, this ability, if achieved, promised a new class of interactive applications, ranging from model human processors for usability testing, to social robots, NPCs, and ubiquitous computing applications, and even to the foundation of small and large-scale social simulations that would be difficult to, that could test social science and economics theories, difficult to implement in real life. But despite their wide application spaces, we faced fundamental challenges when simulating human behavior. The space of possibility in the way we behave and communicate, we found, was much too vast and too complex to navigate with existing methods. But I see a new opportunity emerging. Generative models such as large language models that are being trained today are trained on broad data that reflect our lives, like the traces on our social web, Wikipedia, and more. And as a result of that, these models encode a tremendous amount about us, how we live, talk, and behave. So I posit that with the right method, they can be transformed into the core ingredient that had been missing in the past decades that will enable us to simulate believable human behavior. Today, I will introduce a new way of simulating human behavior in fully general computational agents that can populate an open world like ours, while ensuring long-term coherence by fusing a large language model with a novel agent architecture that remembers, reflects, and plans based on constantly growing memories and cascading social dynamics. These agents, I will demonstrate, can not only plan and lead a believable day in life, where they wake up in the morning, do their morning routines, and go to work as individuals in a sandbox game environment, but they can also come together to give birth to an entirely artificial society of their own, like the one you see here, where each agents will have their own subjective memory and experience, and autonomously spread information, form relationships, and coordinate amongst each other. These are generative agents. And these generative agents, I'm going to suggest, open up a new genre of human-AI interaction that is fueled by our newfound ability to simulate human behavior. So with that, let me demonstrate to you in more detail Smallville, the setting of our demonstration for generative agents, and the mode of agent interaction that takes place in it. Smallville is a sandbox game environment that we developed, featuring the common affordances of a small village, ranging from houses, apartments, cafe, bar, school, and stores, and the sub-areas and objects that make the space functional, like the bathroom, kitchen, and common room in a family house, and a bookshelf and a table in the common room. And we populated this space with 25 generative agents and initialized each of them with one paragraph of natural language description depicting their starting characteristics, such as their jobs, relationships, and personality. Then these agents interact with their environment through their actions based on their own volition, navigating the map of the game world and influencing the state of the objects in it. So a bed can be occupied when an agent is sleeping, and a refrigerator can be empty when an agent uses up the ingredients to make breakfast. Then to interact with each other, they determine whether they want to engage in conversations when they see another agent, and they generate natural language dialogue if they decide to engage. Like this dialogue between Isabella and Tom about Sam Moore, who is a fellow agent in Smallville, initiated with a memory that he is running for local mayor. And the users can also influence and interact with these agents by engaging in a dialogue with them, altering the state of their environment, and by directly embodying and controlling an agent in Smallville. As individuals in this game world, generative agents create daily plans that reflect their experiences, execute those plans, react, and replan when appropriate. So here's an example day in the life of the Lim family, who are located on the map right there. The Lim family is a family of three: the mother, May, who is a college professor, the father, John, who is a store clerk at a local pharmacy, and the son, Eddie, who is a student at the college who studies music theory. In the Lim family, John is the first to wake up at 6 a.m. He brushes his teeth, takes a shower, and cooks breakfast. And throughout the morning, other family members follow suit, catch up with each other, and by 8 a.m., head out to their respective workplaces. May and Eddie to the college, and John to the pharmacy. Let's eavesdrop on them a little bit to get a sense of what they are talking about. So here, John and Eddie are catching up in the morning. John says, "Good morning, Eddie." And Eddie responds, "Good morning, Dad." And John asks, "What are you working on today?" And Eddie responds, "I'm working on a new music composition." And only a little after that conversation, May wakes up and joins John. By now, Eddie already left for his classes, but John recalls the conversation he and his son had and finds that to be relevant here. He updates May that Eddie is working on a new music composition for his class, and May responds, "Oh, that's wonderful." In Smallville, new relationships form among the agents. Here's an example. Latoya and Sam do not know each other at the start of the simulation, but while taking a walk in Johnson Park, Sam runs into Latoya and they introduce themselves. Latoya tells him that she is at the park to take some photos for a project that she's working on. And the next day, when Sam sees Latoya again, he and Latoya remember each other. This time, Sam asks Latoya, "How's your project going?" Finally, agent coordination spontaneously emerged in Smallville. In our demonstration, we set the starting date to be on February 13th. And with Isabella, who is the owner of Hobbs Cafe, we seeded an intent to plan a Valentine's Day party from 5 to 7 p.m. on February 14th. From that seed alone, Isabella invites friends and customers to the party and spends the afternoon of the 13th decorating the cafe for the occasion and enlists Maria, a friend and a frequent customer at the cafe, for help. And meanwhile, Maria asks Klaus, her secret crush, to go to the party with her. And on the day of Valentine's, 5 agents, including Klaus and Maria, actually show up at Hobbs Cafe at 5 p.m. and they enjoy the festivities. How do we do this? How do we achieve the agent behavior? Our main contribution in this work is basically this architecture represented in this figure. This is the architecture of generative agents that powers each of these agents in Smallville. At the center of this architecture is what we call the memory stream. It is the primary database that maintains a comprehensive record of an agent's experience in natural language. From the memory stream, records are retrieved as relevant to the agent's cognitive processes. Let me go over the modules of this architecture in more detail. Our agents need a way to store and selectively retrieve portions of their memory, and that is the aim of the memory stream and the retrieval function. So here's a tip of the memory stream of an agent, Isabella, and on the right, you see a few example memory objects in the stream that contain a piece of memory described in natural language with a creation time and timestamp. In particular here, what you're seeing are observational memory of Isabella. And based on this memory stream, our architecture implements a retrieval function that takes the agent's current situation as input and returns a subset of the memory stream to pass on to the language model, which then generates the final output behavior of the agent. So in this example, if the situation that Isabella is trying to react to is someone asking, "What are you looking forward to the most right now?" she would retrieve things that are about the party and formulate a response, "I'm looking forward to the Valentine's Day party." Here's how the retrieval function works. In our architecture, we designed this as a combination of the recency, importance, and relevance function for each piece of memory. So basically, we bias towards retrieving memories that are recent, important, and relevant. In our work, the recency function is implemented as an exponential decay function. The importance function is a prompt that asks the language model for an event's saliency. And the relevance function is a cosine similarity measure of the embeddings of the query sentence in the description of a memory. Now, what we notice in our work is that with just the raw observational memory, our agents struggle to generalize or make inferences. So periodically, we synthesize clusters of records in agents' memory stream into higher level abstract thoughts called reflections. And importantly, once they are synthesized, these reflections are just a type of memory, so they are stored in the memory stream, just like the observational memories. Here's the way we do this. We first generate a question on what to reflect on by looking at 100 most recent records in the agent's memory stream. So if an agent just had lunch, it could be something like, what does the agent like to eat? Then we retrieve records that are relevant to answering those questions, which might be things like the agent ate an omelet today, yesterday, and the day before yesterday. And we synthesize that into a reflection. Maybe the agent likes to eat omelets. Over time, what this generates is a tree of reflection. The leaf nodes are observations, and the non-leaf nodes are thoughts that become higher level, higher up they go in the tree. Finally, plans describe a future sequence of actions for the agent and help keep the agent's behavior consistent over time. So, for instance, for Klaus, who is a student researcher dedicated in his research and has an impending deadline, he would generate plans to spend his day working at his desk, drafting his research paper. In our work, we generate the plans by prompting a large language model with a prompt that summarizes the agent and the agent's current status, as you see here for Eddie. A challenge here, however, is controlling for the granularity of the plans generated. In our work, we control for this by taking a top-down approach where we recursively generate more details in the plan. So here's an example. On the left-hand side is Eddie's plan generated in broad strokes that divides his days into roughly 7 chunks. We then decompose these chunks first into hourly schedule, and then into 5 to 10 or 15-minute actions that you see on the right-hand side. Once we reach the desired granularity in the agent's schedule, they act out their plans in the game world. But sometimes the agent may need to change their plans. For instance, if Eddie's father, John, records that he sees Eddie taking a short walk in the house garden, he might decide to start an impromptu conversation. We prompt a large language model, as shown here, to make this determination and edit the agent's plans if the situation calls for their response. Now, how do we evaluate them? The main dependent variable that we use is believability, which has been a central design and engineering goal in a long line of prior literature. So basically, do agents remember, plan, act, react, and reflect believably? And to evaluate generative agents' believability, we leverage a methodological opportunity by interviewing it in natural language. In particular, we craft 5 categories of questions, 5 questions each, where to respond to these questions properly, the agents must successfully retrieve and synthesize information to stay in character and remember, plan, react, and reflect accurately. Here are some example questions and answers from Klaus's interview. When we asked him to give an introduction of himself, he properly recalled his name and characteristics. And when we asked him what he would do when his breakfast is burning, he tells us that he would quickly turn off the stove and make sure the food doesn't continue burning. Our study procedure was as follows. We tasked our generative agent architecture, as well as ablated architectures and human authors, to answer the questions. We then asked 100 human evaluators to rank the answers from different conditions. Then we calculated true skill rating for each condition, which is a generalization of the ILO rating system. What we find is that the components of our agent architecture, observation, plan, and reflection, each contribute critically to the believability of agents' behavior. So the red bar here is the performance of our full architecture, and it significantly outperforms every other conditions, including the human author conditions. Of course, I will note here that this did not mean that our agents were without flaws. They would sometimes fail to retrieve certain memories, like when Rajiv answered, "I haven't been following the election too closely," even though he talked to Sam to hear about his candidacy. And they would sometimes embellish their memory. For instance, Isabella was well aware of Sam's candidacy in the election, and she confirmed this when asked, but she also added that he's going to make an announcement tomorrow, even though Sam had no such plans. Finally, we conducted an end-to-end evaluation of the agents to better understand the types of emergent community behavior we observe among generative agents. First, we find that the agents shared and remembered information. 7 agents heard about Sam's candidacy and 12 agents heard about the Valentine's Day party. You can actually see the path of the party invitation took across the agent community on the right here. Second, we find that the agents remembered and joined the Valentine's Day party. In particular, 5 agents came to the party. Of the ones who didn't make it, 3 cited conflicts, like Rajiv, a painter who explained that he was too busy, and 4 showed interest in the party but did not show up, Now, this does make things difficult to evaluate, though. On one hand, we might view this as an error. On the other hand, this is extremely realistic human behavior in my experience. So with that, I quickly skip that. But with that, that was generative agents. And I thank my advisors, collaborators, and funders one more time. And thank you all for listening.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your presentation, June. I think it's a nice change of pace in this kind of conversation to have a novel and very charming example like that, although it still raises a bunch of obvious ethical questions and dilemmas, especially if these kinds of agents could be beginning to integrate into human communication networks. So with that, I think we have time for a single question. Again, please, if anyone's interested, please keep it nice and sharp. Excellent, thank you.
Yeah, like you suggested.
Please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Erwin Fields from the Queensland University of Technology, and like our moderator suggested, what do you think can happen when you release these agents in a human world, like, for example, make them a bot on Twitter?
Right. So there's sort of two quick answers to this. One thing that we do worry about quite significantly, and we talk about this in our paper, is people forming parasocial relationship with these agents. So one of the principles that we suggest is that when these agents are launched into the real world, they obviously should clarify that they are agents. And we strongly believe, obviously, that these are agents. These are like fictional characters, like Disney movie characters. So that's how people should perceive them as. And as the designers and developers of these systems, we should make that abundantly clear to the audience. Now, we do understand the bad actors potentially using these agents to basically do really negative forms of persuasion. One of the things that we we recognize at risk, and one of the things that we suggest is the practice of auditing. So myself included, but many of the members in my team in the past have been very active members of what we call algorithmic auditing. So we basically gather a lot of the output behavior of these agents. So one thing to note is that these models that power these agents, like GPT-3, GPT-4, and so forth, are centrally hosted. So that gives us a lever to basically audit some of the outputs of these models and agents. So when we see really bad behavior arising, we potentially have the power to stop that behavior and cut off these agents from the underlying models. So those are some of the tactics that we've been discussing. But I strongly agree that this is more of a new technique that we're presenting, and this is the sort of the community that we really want to engage with, so that we can learn more about your expertise and how we can mitigate and think about this space. So so hopefully there is going to be a continued discussion on that.
Excellent. Thank you very much, June. Another round of applause for June. Thanks for joining us today. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
I think I am up next. I have a handout for my talk, so you just have the back, link the numbers so you can share.
Sean, are you happy to present from the slideshow on slides?
Sure. Yeah. Just how do I advance them?
Okay. Oops, sorry, I'll get that up. I think just clicking will take it one direction. I don't think you can click that unless you press this arrow here.
Okay, so just like a left mouse click.
Yeah, left mouse click. All right. Thank you very much. So I'd like to welcome to the lectern Dr. Sean Donoghue from the Australian National University. Sean is a postdoctoral researcher whose research focus lies in the political philosophy of artificial intelligence. And today, Sean is going to be investigating questions of rule and governance under and all the questions that AI kind of bring up in that sphere. Thank you very much. I'll hand over to you.
Okay, so thank you everyone for coming. So the title of my talk is AI Role and a Fundamental Objection to Epistocracy. And there's going to be an important practical background question to my talk, namely, how ought we engineer digital technologies for use in politics? We just need to share your screen. Okay, no problem. So as Megan Mitchell actually mentioned earlier, there's at least two extremes toward which we can tend in answering this question. The first is going to involve supplanting human decision makers with AI systems. The second is going to involve supporting human decision makers with technology that facilitates political participation. Which extreme we should tend towards is going to come down to a philosophical question, and namely the question of the best political regime. Today, I'm going to be talking about the two regimes that are most closely associated with these extremes, namely epistocracy and democracy. By epistocracy, I mean a regime where those who are more likely to make correct decisions rule. What I call the epistocratic thesis is the claim that those who are more likely to make correct decisions ought to rule. If the epistocratic thesis is true, then we ought to realize the first extreme. By democracy, I mean a regime where citizens in general rule. By the democratic thesis, I mean the claim that citizens in general ought to rule. If the democratic thesis is true, then we instead ought to realize the second extreme. My thesis is going to be that we should reject the epistocratic thesis on the basis of what I'm going to call the collective moral character objection. Epistocracy provides an adequate opportunity for peoples to develop moral character. By people, I mean any group that has the capacity for collective agency and whose members share some kind of salient social characteristic. Examples of people range over nationalities, such as the Australian peoples, ethnicities, such as the Jewish people, and even members of particular organizations, such as people who support the World Wildlife Fund. I believe that this objection is fundamental and that it applies to all forms of epistocracy, although for the purposes of this talk, I'm going to be focusing on applying it to the regime of epistocratic AI rule. I'd like to note that this objection does not entail the democratic thesis, but it's going to at least entail that adopting democratic regimes is permissible. And so it's going to provide us some kind of guidance on answering our practical background question that I began the talk with. So we can begin to appreciate the collective moral character objection by considering what is currently said for and against epistocracy. If there's a basic argument that epistocrats offer for their view, it would go something like this. And this brings us to part one of the handout. First, adopting epistocracy is feasible. Second, when choosing between two feasible regimes, we ought to adopt the one that likely produces better moral outcomes. Third, the moral outcomes epistocracy produces are likely better than the regime where those who are less likely to make correct decisions rule. And from these premises, we can then conclude that we ought to adopt epistocracy. Now, there's two important clarifications I should make about this argument. Epistocrats want us to strictly distinguish between the outcomes a regime produces and the processes that are internal to the regime by which those outcomes are produced. So, for example, the process of holding popular elections in a democracy is going to be distinct from whatever outcomes thereby result from applying those processes. Next, to make correct decisions is just going to mean to select which other options are true or morally better according to the kind of decision that we're interested in. So with this in mind, I'd like us to consider the strongest ways we might go about challenging this basic argument. Well, a regime that puts the particular people in charge who are going to likely make better decisions is by definition going to perform better than the regime that doesn't. So against our third premise, I think there's nothing we should say. We should grant true by definition and move on to the others. Well, you're hopefully thinking right now that it would be great to put the particular people in charge who are more likely to make correct decisions, but how are we going to do this? That is, how are we going to find these epistocrats? There's lots of reasons you might doubt that this is feasible. The most obvious solution is going to be that we test members of the population for their political competence and then allow people to participate in political decisions only if they pass. But this is going to raise various challenges. So having general political knowledge might not correlate with knowing what to do in particular political situations. Also, having general political knowledge might not correlate with being motivated to use it appropriately. Next, suppose that you want to object to our second premise. Well, this is going to require answering what I call the surplus value challenge. It's permissible for us to adopt a regime that's less likely to produce better moral outcomes only if the processes by which the regime produces those outcomes generate some kind of surplus value to compensate. The challenge mentioned is to find what this value is. There's plausibly some values that regimes produce better than epistocracy. Perhaps the foremost example that comes to our minds is equality. Epistocracy typically involves disenfranchising some citizens in order to improve the quality of political outcomes. Regimes that enfranchise everyone equally, such as democracy, use processes that better preserve this value. This can potentially justify adopting these regimes, even if they're otherwise deficient in the quality of the outcomes that these regimes produce. So now epistocrats can make various replies to these objections, but there's one blanket reply that I'd like to consider on their behalf, namely that all these objections may be possible to avoid under the regime of epistocratic AI rule. I mean this at least as a conceptual possibility. By an AI ruler, I'm going to mean an automated decision system that makes ultimate decisions about what laws and policies structure a society. I assume that the AI ruler would be engineered in the way that most such systems are, namely by exposing some kind of learning algorithm to training data from which it develops a rule for responding to novel input. In the case of an AI ruler, this can be data that can be gained from information that identifies social situations that get paired with the correct policies, or what we consider the correct policies, to implement in response. So for example, mild economic inflation might be paired with the response of raising interest rates. What's going to make an AI ruler epistocratic is that it's likely to output decisions that are correct, and we may assume, at least for the sake of this argument, that the AI ruler is more likely to output correct decisions than humans individually or collectively. So then the task is going to be, what can we say against epistocracy, given this at least conceptual possibility of an ideal AI ruler? Well, there's at least two claims that I'd like to make at this point. This brings us to part 2 of the handout. You might be worrying here that the technical nature of an AI system is, of course, going to introduce a host of novel challenges. An AI system could be hacked or perhaps lose power at critical moments. The first claim I'm going to make is that these novel objections introduced by epistocratic AI rule are open to a contingency worry. If it's the possibility of technical difficulties like these that's your strongest reason for opposing AI rule, then they're liable to disappear with improvements in engineering. This is one reason why I think it's good for us to be on the hunt for a fundamental objection to epistocracy. It'd be good to have a reason that's not so contingent on our current level of technological development. My second claim is that AI rule avoids the current objections against epistocracy. Think back to our concern about preserving equality. This concern is avoided because AI rulers are not persons, and so all are equally subjected to their authority. Next, our concerns about finding the epistocrats are also avoided. In this case, we just build the epistocrat in question. I think it's possible to develop these systems without some kind of need to test individuals for their political competence. They can at least initially be built democratically and then expanded to other societies. And we also have less problems with moral motivation. This is because we can intervene on AI rulers in ways that would be too invasive to intervene on humans to better ensure that they stay aligned with our goals. So it turns out, I think, that we have on our hands the makings of an ideal form of epistocracy. So what then can we say against epistocratic human rule? This is going to take us to part 3 of the handout. Well, to develop the collective moral character objection, I'd like us to start by considering the following key claim. If it's permissible for individuals to have adequate opportunity to develop moral character, then it's also permissible for peoples to have adequate opportunity to develop moral character. For a people to develop moral character is for some kind of collective to develop moral character, as opposed to the individuals that comprise that collective. In other words, the key claim states that if it's permissible for individuals to have the opportunity to develop their own moral character by doing things that may be fair or unfair, generous or stingy, reflecting on these behaviors, then later acting otherwise, then it's also permissible to give peoples the opportunity to develop moral character by their individual members collectively deciding to do things that are fair or unfair, generous or stingy, reflecting on these behaviors, then later acting otherwise. The fundamental reason why I think the key claim is true is that an individual's identity is partly constituted by whatever's peoples that individuals belongs to. This is going to ensure that the interests that make the if part of the key claim true are going to make the then part true as well. We can see this by considering a couple of these interests. First, individuals have a strong interest in any peoples that they belong to having good moral character because they have a strong interest in having positive social standing. The moral character of the peoples that we belong to forms a basis on which others judge us. People should have the opportunity to develop moral character to help their members avoid negative treatment from others. Second, individuals have a strong interest in people's generally having the opportunity to develop moral character because this promotes their moral self-determination. Individuals can't be adequately free to morally self-determine without having an adequate range of peoples to choose to identify with. But the choice of which peoples we identify with is going to be a moral choice only if peoples have a variety of moral characters themselves, and this isn't going to be possible unless peoples have adequate opportunity for their own moral characters to develop. So on the basis of this evidence, I'd like us to consider our key claim true. This allows us to make an initial objection to the epistocratic thesis. Since it's permissible to give individuals an adequate opportunity to develop moral character, we can then infer via our key claim that it's also permissible for peoples to have an adequate opportunity to develop moral character. But peoples don't have an adequate opportunity to develop their moral character under epistocratic AI rule. This is because developing moral character requires making morally important decisions for yourself. But peoples can't do this under a regime of epistocratic AI rule, since they're always required to defer to some kind of AI. The value of people's developing moral character consequently removes our obligation to adopt epistocratic AI rule, even though by stipulation, it's a regime that's likely to produce better moral outcomes. So then how does a people develop moral character, at least other than by doing things that are morally good or morally bad? Well, at least a necessary condition is what I call the principle of collective moral character development. A people develops moral character through decision-making process only if its members freely control successive decisions that are made through that process. It's permissible that we adopt democracy because it can give its members the kind of necessary control to satisfy this principle. The underlying problem with epistocracy, by contrast, is that it's incompatible with this principle. So now I'm going to anticipate that epistocrats are going to object to this claim. They will likely say that epistocratic AI rule is in fact compatible with the principle of collective moral character development. So recall that we're assuming that the outputs of an AI system are based on training data, which is then ultimately supplied by humans. Well, epistocrats could then go about arguing that people can develop moral character somehow through their involvement in this process. They might claim, for instance, that the fact that an AI ruler is going to be suggesting just policies shows that the people on whose data that was trained is just. The fact that an AI ruler suggests racist policies shows that the people on whose data it was trained was racist, and so forth. So in the remainder of this talk, I'm going to argue that epistocratic AI rule is in fact incompatible with this principle. This brings us into part 4 of the handout. So concerning epistocratic AI rule, there's 3 plausible sources for training data. The training data could come from some group other than the people ruled. Well, in this case, our principle of collective moral character development isn't going to be satisfied because the people's members don't freely control successive decisions. Since the people's members can't influence the training data, the AI's behavior would at best reflect the character of the group that supplied it. Next, the training data can come from people's revealed preferences by observing how the members of a people behave. For example, an AI might decide to increase income equality because it observes that individuals have a salient tendency to move to areas with higher income equality. The problem with this approach is that the principle of collective moral character development isn't satisfied because the people's members don't freely control successive decisions. Having good character requires responding correctly to moral reason, and how one responds to moral reason is largely a matter of our rationalized decisions. Peoples make rationalized decisions by their members proposing collective actions, deliberating on these proposals, and then adjudicating their expressed preferences, and then making some decision on this basis about how to act. But expressed and revealed preferences can widely diverge. So how people will respond to moral reason has no reliable connection to the latter. Finally, it could be the case that the training data might come from people's expressed preferences, such as, for instance, by people voting on which policies to consider correct to implement in response to various social situations. But in this case, I think the principle of collective moral character development is satisfied, but the people doesn't gain enough moral credit in order to satisfy the important interest I mentioned earlier. Imagine an individual who writes a list of actions, which she then hands off to some kind of assistant more reliable than herself, who later coerces her to perform similar actions. Even if this person wrote morally good things on this list, and so might be better than a person that writes morally bad ones, I think it's justified to doubt whether or not she would perform these actions without the assistant's help. A people that lives under a regime of AI rule is going to be similar to this individual. Merely staying good policies is easy. It's justified to doubt whether or not a people would be able to implement them without the AI's help. At this point, I claim to at least shown the epistocratic AI rule is indeed incompatible with the principle of collective moral character development. We can then apply similar considerations to establish the same about epistocratic human rule. This overall shows that we should reject the epistocratic thesis and that the collective moral character objection is indeed a fundamental objection to epistocracy. So to sum up, our interest in people's developing moral characters gives us at least one reason why I think it's permissible for humans in general to continue to participate in politics, no matter how much more intelligent than us artificial intelligence might get. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Donoghue. It's a good reminder, these kinds of more politically focused presentations in AI, that all of these technological structures are built on moral foundations, political foundations that deserve as much scrutiny in these conversations. So I thank you very much for that, for directing attention to that important sphere. We're going to move on to the next speaker at this stage, just in the interest of keeping everyone getting out to lunch on time. So please hold on to any questions that are generated by that handout. Please hold on to them, because there will be time to discuss at our lunch break in a couple of moments. But for now, thank you very much. I'd like to welcome to the lectern Dr. Anson Ferris. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Anson Ferris is a PhD at Sydney Health Ethics from the University of Sydney, and has a body of research that spans a variety of fields, including applied ethics, bioethics, and the philosophy of ethics in technology.
Thank you.
So thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks for coming, everybody. So I'm going to try to talk us through how some philosophy of technology might help us answer some moral questions, and basically how getting clear on what artifacts are might be of use to making some sort of moral judgments about the responsibility of designers. So I'm not going to go through, this is just a slide to basically say, well, we know there are ethical issues with AI. I'm not going to read out pretty much any of these, except the one that's in red, because I'm going to return. So in the United States, there was a decision to try to create less biased sentencing and parole decisions. How did they do that? Well, they created a AI algorithm that would then go through all this data about prior offenders and make an assessment as to the risk of reoffending. And this these judgments, was handed over to judges and parole boards and so on. And as you can guess, because it's on this slide, it turned out that it had a racial bias and basically said that if you were an African-American person, you were at higher risk of reoffending. And as far as I know, I did check yesterday, they're still using this, despite the fact that journalists have discovered that there's a bias in it. But yeah, so we know there are ethical issues with AI, a variety of, what's the way to put this? A variety of applications of AI. And so many issues, in fact, that even technologists such as Elon Musk and Steve Wozniak signed on to this Future of Life Institute open letter saying that we should all pause AI research for 6 months in order for us to sort out all these issues, and then we can get back to researching AI. I mean, pretty utopian to think it would only take 6 months, but that's the idea. And there are these issues with this open letter that have been pointed out by other people already. I'll just quickly go through them. So one of them is that, as is so often the case with AI ethics, the emphasis has been on far off existential risks, like we're all gonna, I don't know, the future of humanity on Earth might be threatened by the existence of a super intelligent AI, that sort of thing, rather than the proximate and already here harms, such as, sentencing decisions being decided by an AI. It assumes furthermore that AI will be used, and it'll be used widely, and basically saying it's coming, we got to get ready for it kind of view, rather than saying that we could, if we wanted to, just stop right? That's an assumption as well. There's also an assumption that society has to make room for it, right? That there's some sort of good that we'll miss out on if we don't make room for this. And furthermore, that the way we should respond to these risks and harms and so on is to intervene legally, which means you're more or less bound to restrict it to particular borders and legislatures, rather than saying that there should be a global push. I want to go in a different angle somewhat to say that, well, what's wrong with this open letter and certain debates in AI is that there's a focus on these sorts of issues, but also that we're losing sight of what these artifacts are and how we can be responsible for the moral harms that are associated with these artifacts. So in some ways, the debate about AI kind of mirrors debates we've seen in philosophy of technology for some time. That is the idea that there are these technologies that we can call dual use. These are technologies that were invented for a particular, usually good purpose, but we can predict there's an unintended bad purpose for these technologies as well. One reasonably famous example from a while ago was these virologists in the Netherlands, and they had researchers in the United States as well, were working on the bird flu, and they figured out a way to make bird flu aerosolized, right? And they wanted to publish this research in the journal Science, despite the fact that a bunch of people pointed out that, well, if you publish this, you're basically handing over a blueprint for a bioweapon. In case you're wondering, they still published it without any redactions, and a bunch of ethicists were upset, but that's about it, right? But the idea with the dual-use technology is that we're saying that you invented this thing for a particular good purpose, and now we're discovering that there is an unintended bad purpose. The standard view on this stuff is that, in the philosophy of technology, is that you're primarily responsible for what you intended, right? What the thing was designed for, and then you are expected to mitigate against the risks of misuses, which kind of assumes that you have the capacity as the designer to determine what a thing is for, right? That's the implicit assumption here. That, I call this intentionalism, the idea being that the status of an artifact is determined by the designer. There's usually a further claim appended here, which has come under increasing pressure, the idea that artifacts are neutral morally, despite the fact that some of these artifacts can be used for very bad purposes. This is I guess the guns don't kill people, people kill people kind of view in philosophy of technology. And in terms of responsibility of designers, well, you're responsible morally, so goes the argument, for what you intended, for what the thing is for, but you might also be responsible for mitigating against risks, right? So the idea would be, if you're a car designer, just by way of example, you're responsible to mitigate against like risks of safety or something like that, but we wouldn't claim that a car designer, say, is responsible if somebody uses a car to kill somebody on purpose, right? We don't think that you are in any way responsible for that as the designer. But there are alternative, very unpopular, but alternative views that are available in philosophy of technology. One of these is the optimality view, which I think has a lot to say in favor of it. This is an idea that was developed by Daniel Dennett, the pretty famous philosopher of biology and mind and so on. And he argues that we've kind of got off on the wrong foot years ago, right? Instead of thinking that the intentional beliefs of an artificer gets to determine what an artifact is for, instead, we should regard designers, users, and so on as interpreters. And he draws support here from the intentional fallacy in literature studies, right? The idea that you can't just ask, say, an author of a book, what's this book about and what meaning does it have? Because the author of the book is just as much of an interpreter as the rest of us, right? Super briefly, someone can write a book thinking it's going to be, I don't know, an excellent book about how the peoples of the world are all, amazing. And then other people can interpret that book, read and interpret it and go, oh no, this is racist, right? For instance, that's an example. So the idea would be, just as there is no determinate answer as to what a book is about by turning to conventional beliefs. You also can't do that with artifacts, right? No one person can decide what an artifact is for. even the person who designed the artifact, even people like a group or whatever, right? And clearly, I think this has some useful applications in the AI space where we do see, even under an intentional account, right? Even under an intentionalist account, the artifacts taking on new purposes that nobody foresaw and being used sometimes more for that purpose than the intended one. So in terms of how you apply optimality and philosophy of technology to AI, more directly, how do you figure out what a thing is for then, if we're not asking what the designer had in mind? Well, you basically say, well, whatever that thing is optimal at performing is what it's for, right? So an example being a cherry pitter, right? If you're trying to discover what this weird looking artifact is for, and upon using it to pit a cherry, then you go, all right, well, this is evidence in favor of this being a cherry pitter. And it's even more evidence if that thing is bad at all other tasks, right? Now, in terms of empirical evidence in favor of this is how we understand what artifacts are, Dennett points out that this is what you do in archaeology. You come across a weird thing that you've never seen before and try to figure out what it was for. Well, you try to figure out what situations this thing would have been found in back in the time that it was in use, and see if it's good at one thing in particular, right? If this thing is good at plowing fields, then it's probably a plow, that sort of idea. And this also allows us to explain why novel purposes can come about, because the thing itself can lend itself to new contexts and take on new functions that it didn't have before. Dennett uses the example of what are called sad irons, those old, really heavy iron block irons that used to be used for ironing clothes, but the way they would work is you put them into a fireplace, wait for them to heat up, and then use them. Well, pretty much nobody uses those for that purpose anymore. They use them now as bookends, pretty much, or doorstops. And Dennett points out, well, that's what they are now for. They're not for ironing clothes. They're bookstops and bookends and doorstops. So, applying this now finally to AI and certain uses of AI, this changes the way we should be evaluating these artifacts, right? We don't, in other words, ask what was this artifact designed for? What was the purposes that the designers had in mind in order to determine moral responsibility? Instead, we go, well, you're responsible for bringing this artifact about, and you're responsible for the uses of this artifact. And it might turn out that in certain cases, you designed something for one purpose and it is actually not for that purpose. It's for a different purpose. Arguably, the risk assessment tool I mentioned earlier might best be understood on along these lines, right? It's not actually for risk assessment, right? Unbiased risk assessment. It's actually for biased risk assessment. It's actually for effectively enabling racial profiling within the justice system, right? Irrespective of what the designers had in mind. Now, this might be regarded as quite a startling finding, but arguably it's a more accurate description of the artifact than looking at what the people had in mind when they designed it. And this means that arguably this kind of artifact, for instance, isn't dual use, it's single use. The use it has is the one that it's used for, not the one that the designers had in mind when they designed it. So, where does that get us in terms of a practical suggestion? Well, the way that this is usually talked about sort of again relies on this idea that designers get to determine what a thing is for. I.e. that you're expected to create something that's at best good or neutral, at worst good or neutral, not deliberately bad, and then you have some sort of obligation to, design it safely or something like that. You are justified, in other words, in researching whatever you like, but you should be mitigating against the risks of potential misuses, whether deliberate or accidental. Well, if you buy optimality, as I think you ought to buy, then you should reverse the onus, right? Instead of saying you can do this research until we have some evidence that it's actually, producing greater harms than goods, then you reverse it and instead say that you're only justified in researching something when you're sure what this artifact is for, and that what this artifact is for a good purpose or at worst neutral. But the point is about surety, right? You have to know what this thing is for. And if anything, the evidence seems to be, to this point, at least from all these examples earlier on in the slides, that you can design something for one purpose in AI especially, and it comes to do something totally unexpected. Well, given that you can't actually fix what this artifact is for at the time of designing it, that should mean that you shouldn't be designing it, one would think. And maybe that would be enough to justify not a 6-month moratorium on this kind of research. It might be enough to justify a near permanent one, right? Now, obviously, this is quite controversial, but it's not unprecedented. The famous philosopher Hans Jonas years ago argued effectively we should just slow down, if not stop, all technological development, right? Because his position was the world's not getting better as a result of all this technological explosion. So what's the justification for continuing it? So yeah, my suggestion, such as it is that you have to be sure of what the artifacts are that you're designing as a designer, and can be held responsible if you create something that actually has a purpose other than the one you intended. We can't call that a misuse or something like that. It's its purpose, right? Irrespective of what you thought. I hope that was clear enough. I think I'll stop there. Cheers.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Dr. Anson. It's not always clear what exactly the purpose of such complex artifacts as AI systems and machine learning systems should be, especially in an environment where the diversity of these systems is absolutely exploding. So with that in mind, did anybody have a question? Yep, gorgeous.
Yes. Hi, my name's Loren. I'm from Australian National University in the School of Cybernetics. And I was just struck by this idea of optimality and wondering whether you've considered or looked at some of Stafford Beer's work in this space, which one of his basic premises is that the purpose of a system is what it does, which seems very aligned with what you're saying there. And I hadn't heard of optimality, but I was curious around whether there's some linkages there to explore.
I mean, it sounds like it. No, I haven't. What's the surname? Sorry?
Stafford Beer, as in the drink.
Okay, beer. I'll look into that. It sounds like there's an agreement there. I'd be interested to see if there's any differences. Did it sound like it was?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm curious. Maybe we can chat about it afterwards, but I was curious whether that had been infused in some of this work from your knowledge so far.
I will look that.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the audience? Yep, excellent.
Hello, my name is Tim. I'm from the University of Sydney. I'm doing a PhD. I wanted to know, I think there's an interesting question about the ethical obligations on the ethicist, in the sense that the ethicist is trying to make the world a more ethical place. And to a certain extent, that constrains what you say in a strategic direction. And I wonder if there's not a kind of strategic problem for calling for a halt on technology, which is probably not going to be halted, and whether, as an ethicist, that doesn't maybe pushes you to go for a kind of second best world where you're more likely to influence the direction it's going in.
Yeah, that's a great. This is sort of mirrors a discussion that's had in bioethics, which is, there's all this effort to sort out various small scale issues, right? Like to basically say, oh, we've got this issue with, I don't know, consent or something like that. And then there's two camps, right? There are some that are like, we have to completely overhaul how we do consent or something like that. And another group who says something along the lines of, no, we need to figure out a way to make this pragmatic and make it actually applicable in everyday life. I don't know where to land on that. A lot of people want to say we can walk and chew gum maybe and do both, like have some ethicists saying that we need to have we have to completely revamp society, while others are more practically, more small scale. But I guess the idea is, how to put this? if, as is my suspicion, much AI ethics is all harm, no benefit, I think that there's an argument to be made in favor of saying, well, what exactly are we trying to preserve here? But I do agree, pragmatically, it might make ethicists look, shall we say, out of touch to, yell at a hurricane, basically. Yeah. But I take your point. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks again. Thanks and everyone. Please give Dr. Anson a round of applause.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. So that concludes our morning session, this group of speakers. At this stage, we're going to be lunching out in the foyer. So please hold on to all those questions that you've got. Take the opportunity to talk to some of the speakers if they're kind enough to stick around, and talk to each other about your thoughts, of course. We're going to be returning to this room promptly at 1:45. So if we're interested in the next group of speakers, please be prompt back in this room at that time. Thanks very much, folks. I want to figure out this. Yeah.
Okay, welcome back everyone. So to join us for this afternoon session of Chatllm23. So we trust you enjoyed a lovely lunch break and had an opportunity to connect with the fellow attendees and share your thoughts on the inspiring session from this morning. So as we continue our journey together, we encourage you to actively participate in the Q&A session, and don't forget we have a workshop session where you can save your questions and have longer talk with our speakers as well. So now it's my honor to introduce our distinguished panel of speakers. First, we have Professor Chatllm Gosson. Professor of Chatllm Gosson, his interest is in education policy at the University of Sydney. His research interests including social, political, and cultural geography, education policy studies, and science and technology study. His current research program looks at education governance and policy futures and computer sciences. Next, we have Dr. Teresa Swift. So she's a co-founder of Education Future Studio and research associate with the University of Sydney and the Queensland University of Technology. Her current research focuses upon collective policymaking in relation to evolving education technology, plus development of teachers' interdisciplinary expertise. And then we also have Jose Mago, who will also be joining us. He's a research fellow at the Law School and Institution Program of the ARC Center of Excellency for Automated Decision-Making and Society. So collectively, they will share the insight on the future of AI in education, examining potential governance frameworks and exploring how to foster a democratic and collective approach to policymaking in this rapidly evolving era. So let's welcome.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to our presentation today. Jose Miguel and I are presenting on behalf of the team, and Cal will join us during question time. And this paper focuses on the issues that GPAI poses for governing, both in how GPAI could be managed and how it is embedded in governing, and the kinds of futures that are made possible and more or less desirable. We organised the paper around the central proposition that both governing education and GPAI in education are inextricably linked, and that what is needed is participatory agenda setting. So notions of anticipation and prediction are central to education as a future-oriented site of intervention into and shaping of life changes. Governing education is as much about governing the future as it is about governing the present. It is into this anticipatory landscape of governing that technologies like general purpose AI models are being introduced into education. So when ChatGPT was released in late 2020, social and mainstream media were filled with stories about possible implications for academic integrity, including plagiarism. Universities and school systems responded, some accepting its use, others banning it, and some calling for caution. So these varied responses are to be expected. A key challenge for the use of AI systems in education is the lag time between the introduction of AI and policy delivery. AI technology is being introduced before there are adequate policies for guiding productive use and mitigating harms in education. The distributed prototyping of foundational multi-purpose models reinforces the need to focus upon systemic issues and risks with diverse education stakeholders. Yet little attention has been paid to the development life cycle of large language models as general purpose artificial intelligence or foundational models, which are used for natural language processing, computer vision, speech recognition, game playing, and robotics. For example, this image is from the education section of a broader Stanford University paper, where Malik and colleagues zone in to illustrate how foundation models in education might work. They argue that these models could be trained on multiple data sources to learn the capabilities necessary for education, an understanding of various subject matter, and different pedagogical techniques. These foundation models can be applied in a general purpose way across a range of tasks and goals, such as understanding students, assisting teachers, and generating educational content. For us, this visualization helps to highlight how upstream training and development of such models for an education-specific context then has the potential to enhance downstream applications for specific educational tasks and goals. Attention to this education-specific framing at the start or upstream of foundation model development early on means two key things. First, that the design, training, development is not hidden. And second, by bringing in stakeholders early on in the game, could potentially mitigate controversies, inequalities, and harms downstream. So how we are approaching this is through the lens of technical democracy. And this approach seeks to explore socio-technical controversies to inform collective learning and experimentation, which can help to bridge the secluded research of experts with research in everyday contexts or stakeholders in the wild, in the so-called wild. In particular, this style of thought emphasizes that controversies are not just a useful means for circulating information, they are powerful apparatuses for exploring and learning about possible worlds. With colleagues, we have utilized this lens to explore controversies such as automated systems, automated essay scoring, and the UK exam algorithm. In particular, this approach seeks to unsettle siloed or secluded research through generating modes of cooperation, which breaks down the gap between so-called experts and the concerned stakeholders. For instance, we might imagine how the case of ChatGPT, the development of ChatGPT is an example of so-called secluded or upstream research, which has the potential to be opened up via new forms of organisation and problematization with stakeholders who have diverse expertise. Bridging this current gap between siloed experts and stakeholders with diverse expertise is particularly important when we consider foundational models from this ecosystem perspective. In this collectively written paper on the opportunities and risks of foundation models, Bamasani and colleagues draw attention to understanding these models from an ecosystem perspective, as depicted here. And the researchers draw particular focus on the role of people at both ends, stating how they highlight the role of people as the ultimate source of data into training of a foundation model, but also as the downstream recipients of any benefits and harms. They state that thoughtful data curation and adaptation should be part of the responsible development of any AI system. So data creation and curation, therefore, should not be seen as separate from the training, adaptation, and deployment phases. So while there might be educational tasks and goals which could be enhanced with foundation models, what about the potential risks? So risks become magnified in terms of scope, impacts, and projections of not only what education is, but what it could be. For example, Microsoft researchers Blodgett and Medeo warn that the design of foundation models could introduce new risks for harm. They highlight these 4 points in a sense as an early warning system. For instance, how large-scale data collection and modelling could motivate increased surveillance of children under the guise of care and further devaluing the human experiences of learning that cannot be ingested into foundation models. Also, that a homogenization of learning could occur, which perpetuates a status quo. This corresponds to what they note is a popular rhetoric of a totalizing vision, suggesting that everything that matters to learning can be rendered into the grist of foundation models. What the researchers also signaled to is the risks of limited roles of stakeholders in designing foundation models, which is at odds with participatory and learner-centered paradigms from educational philosophy. I'll now hand over to Jose Miguel, who explores some related governance challenges and possibilities.
Thank you. So we saw that foundation models in the education-specific context, they could be developed for the education-specific context, that it makes sense to intervene upstream, so not waiting until we get into the applications, the uses, the outputs, and that if we intervene in a sequential way, it will not work. Pretty much everybody is talking about this kind of who is developing these models and who, why, but we need to ask also why and what and in which conditions. So what we're suggesting here in this paper is a technical democracy approach, which pretty much it means open the development itself to other people who are not the developers. So we're going against this siloed approach and try to open this early stage. But obviously, well, for that, it might happen spontaneously. But what we are suggesting here is some kind of policy intervention to make it happen. And this would highlight that there is an iterative process that is not a one-off. Sorry, that's not a one-off, but it will happen over several instances at several moments. And pretty much, if we look at how AI has been regulated up to date, pretty much what is kind of the current benchmark is the EU proposal for an AI Act. And the AI Act is looking at the impact, at the risk of those outputs. So if we try to extrapolate that kind of framework of waiting for the systems, for the AI systems to generate outputs, and we don't know if these foundation models, how they are going to be used in a second stage, it makes sense. It's problematic to apply this kind of approach to these foundation models in the education sector. And this report, this brief from the AI Now Institute, highlights those 2 points particularly, which is that it may be regulated throughout the product cycle and that it should avoid just being a tick box exercise. So how do we integrate this kind of diverse stakeholders into this early stage? And it is what we are trying to highlight here. And so together with this technical approach, what we're going to be talking is about anticipatory governance. But before that, we also want to highlight this CUSPER and all brief in which they highlight the need for early intervention. And early intervention for practical reasons as well, because if you mitigate the risks at an early stage and you give the technical expertise, the substantive expertise when you develop the foundation model, this is going to trickle down. So you can be a much more effective intervention to do it at the early stage. And normally the value chain is quite complex and it has a number of players. But if you look at the foundation models, because of the cost of developing them and the kind of computing power and expertise that you need, intervening at that early stage also makes sense because there's a reduced number of players. So anticipatory governance, our idea. This is not us, it has been developed before, and in the context of the OECD, we have that report there. And pretty much it's about the idea of predicting the harms of opportunities of emerging technologies. So getting the voice of the people that are going to be affected, all the stakeholders, the people that are going to be using it at an early stage. And probably it's easier to say it than to do it. Probably everybody would agree. But we believe that there is a scope for a policy intervention in this space because of the advantages that Teresa is going to highlight at the later. And the beauty of our suggestion is that because of this concentration of power in these foundation models, one intervention, one policy intervention may be much more effective than waiting for the outputs at a later stage. And with that, I would just give it back to Teresa to finalize this presentation.
Thank you. So how might we be able to actually enact this form of anticipatory governance? So in exploring the limits and benefits of participatory agenda setting for the governance of science, technology, and innovation, Gudovsky outlines the potential of engaging actors beyond the so-called expert realm, especially in early stages of research and development. And he highlights three key reasons, or a number of key reasons. It opens up a public space for knowledge co-creation to consider different opinions and inform contextualized decision-making about controversial issues. Though he notes that a key identified challenge is how to integrate these learnings into the policy realm. But such agenda setting is unique in its focus, is valuable in its focus upon involving diverse stakeholders and networks in early stages of research and development, known as upstream, and the value of this mutual learning which can influence early interventions plus shape technologies and innovation. And this process of a participatory agenda setting and stakeholder dialogue is supported by various material objects such as data, modelling, storytelling, and scenarios, which can really critically and creatively help to translate societal needs and values into research agendas. We'd like to close our presentation today with these key takeaways. We want to highlight that there is danger that approaches like anticipatory governance that focus on managing technology when applied in areas like AI can end up accepting the hype as the organising principle, such as the focus on dealing with a sentient technology, and fail to see the more mundane and everyday ways and market ways in which the use of GPAI can shape governing and educational practices. For example, we need to recognise how the distributed innovation and underlying AI value chain processes intensify governance uncertainty. It is for this reason that we suggest that amid conditions of high uncertainty in the education context, participatory agenda setting and dialogic methods are important ways to identify a variety of plausible, immediate and future mechanisms for collective learning and anticipatory governance. The aim is to conceive of plural futures to encourage substantive engagement with different publics and experts, and to integrate these aspects into research endeavours and capacity building. And this governance scope is across the whole innovation ecosystem. This governance scope would be beneficial for education stakeholders to see what is coming across immediate, medium and longer term benefits. For example, involving teachers, students, administrators early on would enable them to not only see what might be coming, but more importantly, how to shape it according to education-specific goals, needs, and values. There is a need within the education domain for this participatory agenda setting and a testing ground so as to embed sector-specific measures for action, which could potentially mitigate downstream controversies, inequalities, and harms. So this participatory research agenda setting proposal seeks to spark a space for pedagogic encounters for learning together about the emergent, relational, and uncertain futures of foundation models in education. In particular, we need a new way of thinking, a way of collective thinking that moves beyond reactive responses and towards more participatory and proactive approaches. Such dynamic conditions and methodological gaps demand what Stengers calls new tools for thinking that surface and scrutinise particular situations, not only as they are, but how they could be. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Sui. So I think we have time for one more question. So, okay.
Thanks. Great talk, Teresa and Jose Miguel. I'm curious about how much of your thinking is sort of premised on the efforts of research across the academic or non-corporate universe versus the research that is actually happening in AI labs? Because it seems like there's a really big challenge here that actually most of the research actually is not visible, even though the paper's out and so on and so forth. And most of what actually adds the power of the systems is not necessarily transparent. So how much of the thinking here is necessarily hinging on the assumption that you can actually collaboratively do something here?
So
I suppose that the nice answer for this is thinking about the education sector. The education sector, there is a big provider of education, which is the state. So if you want to develop a foundation model with data from the education sector, you're going to have to engage with the state. So it is not that you can go fishing in the internet for all the data in the world. You will need to go to approach one. So in that case, if you want to develop a foundation model specific based on the education sector, you will need to create a dialogue with the state. And at that moment is when you create the opportunity for that participatory governance, for that democratic. So regardless if it's coming from a private or more academic research, because whoever holds the data at this stage, whoever holds the access and everything else, if you think about it in the education sector, it's going to have to go to them. And that is what we're trying to say is at that moment, and precisely at that moment, is when you can have the policy intervention level. Obviously, in other spaces, it will be different.
And thanks, Tiberi. And maybe just also to see that education is also the conditions of research for AI researchers that work across companies and universities that are enabled by state support for AI research. So the example of Canada, where like state funding for researchers to sit half in universities, half in companies means, sorry, that's my time, I just said it on time. But there are opportunities there for pushing or requiring particular kinds of disclosure around what kind of research happens that might be connected to universities. Limited, because they can always just remove it, but it's there.
Yeah, and I think, the question also relates to maybe something we might unpack more in the paper is maybe more the awareness about the monopolization of corporate companies and their encroachment into the education sector. And I'm thinking also Chatllm and colleagues who developed that idea of technical democracy, he's also written about sort of the performativity of markets and this idea of the markets in the making. So what mechanisms do we need to intervene into the market to address these forms of monopolization, if that's possible?
Thank you so much for inspiring and thought-provoking response. I think the presentation and the response from our professor highlight the importance of education voices and empowering the voices from education sectors and how we create this kind of democratic spaces to engage different diverse stakeholders to kind of steer into the possible future that we imagined collectively with all the, outside pressures and factors. And as long as we work together, we will get there one day. So thank you so much. And now it's my honor to introduce our next distinguished speaker, Julie Kay. So Professor Julie Kay from University of Sydney, she will be presenting on the compelling topic, AI in education and education in an age of AI. So Julie Kay is Professor of Computer Science and leads the Human-Centered Technology Research Cluster. Her research is in personalization and intelligent user interfaces, especially to support people in lifelong and life-wide learning. So let's welcome Professor Julie Kay.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Okay, it's looking like it's an education session, which is cool. And all right, so we'll click here. Okay, we'll click there. Okay, so just a little more about me, because it's actually interesting after the last talk, who you are defines how you see the world, and everything in your experiences colors what you are able to interpret about the world. So you'll get my perspective. So here are some of the things. Thank you. I'm from the Human-Centered Technology Research Cluster. It's very much in the Faculty of Engineering with lots of collaborations elsewhere. And we've done enough to know that we often misunderstand each other across disciplines. I'm also editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Artificial Intelligence in Education, which everybody's mentioned right through the talks here. Maybe not once yet. Okay, and that has meant that I am right now in the thick of this, as you can imagine, in terms of many issues, some of which I'll touch on. I'm also one of the recent editors and now advisory board member for this journal called IMWAT, amongst our friends, very techo. Both those journals use applied AI. Mostly, if your big contributions are new knowledge, language model, knowledge model, whatever, we don't expect you to publish with us. We expect you to evaluate it in an educational context or in the case of helping people do stuff in life. My passion is what I call teachnology. And so my subspecialty of computer science now is human-computer interaction. I'll be able to say it soon. A term also that I use to describe the systems I want to build, relates to the last talk, is ones that are designed from the ground up to be scrutable. So we could build our software system, so we could dig into them to work out stuff that we need to know about how they work. And all of that, I think, is a foundation for user control. So why are we talking about Chatllm? Great topic. It's my journal's been publishing a pile of stuff with all these models. You'll see it's a log scale for the size of the models in the y-axis. And then, you know, they started a few years ago. So publishers have been getting papers out. Of course, we never get them through the publication process fast enough, but that's life. It's exploding and there are lots of commercial opportunities. But why now? And right now, it's critical to have an event like this because ChatGPT changed everything. Now, I've told you enough about me to give you a sense of why I believe that's the case. The interface. Suddenly, there was an interface everyone could use. There have been lots and lots of very nice language models before this, but this changed everything. And it is really important for us, right through the education sector, everyone who's a researcher, to worry about what it means. So very quickly, with about half a minute each, I have 8 grand challenges for AI in education and for education in an age of AI. To be honest, I'm talking with a lot of my colleagues and we are definitely working this out. We do not know all the answers at all, but here we go. First is curriculum change. I've been wondering, our School of Computer Science, ridiculously overworked, huge number of students. We do have to change our curriculum urgently. And I've got a whole lot of things, Cecile, who I know well, will be pleased that I'm talking about human AI partnerships. We've got to educate our students to be able to use them. General productivity tools, which we've been, I don't know, who's noticed that all your word processing tools have improved with what we now find out are language models. Put your right hand if you have, left if you haven't, both hands if you can't answer the question. All right, sorry. All right, response rate's about 50%. Okay. I'm now modeling my audience. It's good. All sorts of specialized tools. I'm a computer scientist. One of my passions is teaching students programming, and the area is exploding. Do I know how to teach them? No, I don't know, but I'm going to have to find out because we have to change our curriculum and we need to do it now. I will be next semester be doing a lot of it in one of the subjects I teach. I talk to colleagues who say, I'm safe, I do blah, blah. And I say, smile sweetly. None of us is safe. And I'm pleased that the next talk will tell us a bit more about that. Second one, and I think it deserves a second complete slide, is reframe education for human control and responsibility. Now, I like the term AI in the loop, human activity and decision-making. Computer scientists tend to call it human in the loop, but they're really talking about using humans as slaves. It's my colleagues. Anyway, we really knew we are going to have a rethinking of just what it means to be a professional, because you're going to have to formulate the problems, justify that. You're going to be accountable and responsible for what you've done. Fine to use the AI, fine to acknowledge it, or not so fine if you don't, but the real point is ultimately you're responsible. And how do we learn how to do that? We don't know yet, but we're going to have to find out, because that is what we need people doing in the long run. For all of those, we need deep awareness of the limitations of the tools. What is currently called fact-checking in the case of fake news. We don't have a word for it yet for this broader area. And how do we prepare our students for the fact that it's going to change all the time? Now, I'm surprised, perhaps I was in the wrong sessions, but no one has yet mentioned that when ChatGPT hit, most computer scientists, including language technology researchers, were shocked at how good it was. And not just the general public, everyone. So how do we prepare for things that even the experts were surprised at? Okay, the other thing, we have to get educators to the point where they can do the first two. Don't need to say a lot about it. On the left, I've got an example of a resource that seems very, very good. And on the right is a group that I'm actively discussing with this wonderful Grail group that is also grappling with it. Slightly different requirement is that we start using AI. Maybe a number of you have already done it. You've got to write an exam. How miserable is it writing an exam? There's the blank sheet of paper or maybe the blank screen. So you ask ChatGPT to give you suggestions. It gives you a bit of creativity as you think, oh, I can do better than that, and so on. So Danny Liu, who is doing a wonderful job at Sydney Uni, has made a comment just recently in a wonderful session he wrote saying nobody has all the answers. I think that's really important, makes the challenges even more challenging. But we've got a lot of things we've done for a long time, and we need to harness these tools to do them. I've made plagiarism very small. I think we've got to design things so we don't look for plagiarism. Long story there. Okay, a few people have mentioned in the sessions I've been in the issue of accessibility. It's very easy if you do not have disabilities to be unaware of people who do. There was someone who gave a lovely example earlier today that if you design for people with disabilities, often it helps everyone do better too. True of colour blindness and many other things. These tools, when I look at the stuff that some of these tools can do, the misery of writing alt text, you know what that is? Every image is meant to have something explaining it so someone who can't see can understand what it's about. I can see that will make your life much less miserable if you've got to write good quality alt text. So many opportunities. This has got to be one to tackle. My AI Ed field, right now, we're looking at papers where we are arguing about what we have to tell authors they need to do. But there's a very nice report that came out recently about AI regulation. The picture was from it. I thought it was very beautiful. It obviously highlights what we hear about in some countries where apparently we're going to surveil people and judge when students are concentrating or not, or whatever, goodness me. But education isn't the same as everything else. So it needs its own special attention. And well, education hasn't had that much attention compared to everything else, I guess. Okay, 7th, the changing nature of research. And this hits all of us because most of us are researchers. Suddenly, we've got to somehow work out how these tools are going to change what we do. Two that are doing pretty well, there are lots of people saying, can't be an author, these tools can't be an author, if only because they can't sign the author agreement. You should acknowledge them. Those two are easy. As I said, I'm editor of a journal, but there are other things that life is getting much better for paper mills. Hey, you can churn stuff out. And again, my senior editors, associate editors and colleagues have been playing with how easy it is to generate these papers. And in the last year that we've been doing these experiments, they're getting better and better. and they'll generate the data for you too. I mean, not real data, but plausible data. So it's pretty frightening. Where that's taking us, I don't know. I think that another one that's dear to my heart is rethinking the nature of the research we need to do in AI Ed, identifying foundations to build on. I think there's a lot we do know. There have been some talks. I know we're in all different sessions, so I won't refer to them, but we know a lot about a lot of things, and just about everything that we look at as a problem or as a potential has got some antecedents. I wasn't going to talk about plagiarism, but that's not exactly a new problem. And we should build what we know from the history. Issues of ethical research. Right now, we're looking at, for my journal writing, some policy statements. If ChatGPT could do anything, is it okay to let primary school children use it when you don't know what it might do? It might produce stuff that's totally unacceptable. There have already been articles about people who have been pressed on to do things that are very dangerous and injure themselves, and there's a risk taking it too seriously. How do we then build the research and do studies? Issues of replicability. I mean, whenever I use ChatGPT, I repeat it several times to look at all the outputs and then decide how to use that for my own purposes. Well, that's great. But if you want to do a study, you really compromise replicability, and we don't quite know how to describe it. Maybe that belongs in research in general. Finally, I think we have an incredible opportunity, which I describe in the paper on the right at the bottom, about building these systems so we can learn more about how people learn, which would be very cool because we don't do nearly enough of it. And finally, there is the real challenge of commercial research. I don't know if you've seen these. Duolingo and Khan Academy both have got their AI. They've publicized. Interesting, they've chosen a black background, and they look quite sinister. But it's always been that the commercial labs have a really important role. People have already mentioned that there will have to be ways to manage what's going on there, but we have to find a path for academics that is complementary to or somehow takes account of what the commercial people are doing. So much to do, and I'm ready for questions.
Questions? I found the presentation is really thought-provoking, especially it highlights the challenges that we face in terms of the coexistence of AI and human society, especially how we prepare students, educators, even education itself in the era of AI. It really provoked us to think about what is the purpose of education, like Dr. Teresa Sweet just mentioned, and the purpose of assessment. And I think Professor Gosson has something to. Yes, of course.
Thanks, Judy. Can I ask about challenge 6, AI regulation fit for education, where you mentioned that there's something special about the education field? Like we've been talking about this and going back and forth. What is it like in the introduction of AI into this field that makes it distinct from other fields where there might be some kind of similar problems, like health, for example, or?
Yeah, I'll use this one for the people online. Okay, so I guess I should have said, the reason I put this beautiful picture of a child is education. A lot of it is about children and vulnerable people and power relationships. My students terrified of my immense power, can't tell you. So that was a joke. Seriously, you have this tiny child who is vulnerable and completely reliant on us to get things right. You could argue in the medical system, mental health, that you've got some of the same issues, but they're much more complex. Education, we have definitely got to deal with issues that we are dealing with children, and they are at different stages of their intellectual development right through, including university. We hope they're developing too. So I think that makes a huge difference. And I think also, if you look at the particular activities we drill down, the subparts are all quite specific and distinguished, partly because they interact with the fact that we've got in K-12 non-adults. So it's huge, much more responsibility. And I guess in the case of younger children, there is an issue of parents who have to have a partnership at some level. What is informed consent about using AI? Maybe that's true in general, but it's worse when you're dealing with minors. So sorry, thank you for asking that, because I should have made it clearer. It's a bit of a rush.
Any more questions? No. Great. So now we're going to move on to next speakers. Thank you so much for Professor Judy Kay. So now it's my honor to introduce our next distinguished speaker, Dr. Chatllm Mallet. She's from University of Sydney. She is the senior lecturer at the Sydney School of Public Health. And Dr. Mallet's experience encompasses all aspects of clinical and biomedical data use. So today she'll be presenting on the intriguing topic, the accuracy and ethics of using ChatGPT to complete graduate biostatistic assignments. Let's welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So yeah, my name's Kylie, and I am here in my capacity as a teacher of medical statistics. So I guess that makes me something of a stakeholder in the wild, to use your terminology from before, Dr. Swift. So as a teacher, what is really important to me is that the content that we teach is meaningfully and fairly assessed in our assignments and our exams. And then the grade that students get is actually reflective of the skills and attributes that we want our graduates to have. And while there has always been plagiarism, as Professor Kay said, this ChatGPT has been a huge disruption in the work that I and my colleagues do. We're incredibly concerned about the ability of ChatGPT to complete quantitative assignments for students and what that means for how we design our courses, how we design our assignments. So I'm going to talk a little bit today, just briefly, about the context in which I work, and then present what is essentially a case study within the two talks that we've already heard today for how students are using ChatGPT in my context. And then we'll talk a little bit more broadly about the implications of that. I've been really, really privileged to have some very frank and open conversations with my students who are able to tell me how their friends use ChatGPT to be able to complete their assignments. They'll be sharing some of their friends' insights with you today. Okay, so my students are master's students. They're public health professionals, they're PhD students, they're medical doctors, and they want to learn how to design and analyze medical research studies. So whenever you hear in the media that food X increases your risk of heart disease by 20%, there's been someone trained in biostatistics somewhere in there, and those are the skills that we attempt to teach. So my students are very passionate about improving health in the community, but they're also very time poor. And while most of them are incredibly ethical, as we say, there's always been plagiarism, and ChatGPT makes it easier than ever. And the lines of what's acceptable and what's not are more blurred than ever before. All right, so briefly, what do I want my students to learn? If we have a question, like I said before, does exposure to food X increase your risk of heart disease? How would we design a study that looks like that? How would my students collect data for a study that looks like that and create a database to make that happen? We teach them some maths around how they would actually then analyze the data in a statistical package. I tend to use our package, if people are familiar with that, but there's lots of different packages. And then how do we communicate that to the medical people within the medical community, other stakeholders, and the general public? So this is broadly what I would like my students to learn, with a focus on, of course, the data analysis and the interpretation of that. So in the educational literature, in statistics, there's a few, I guess, a couple of broad categories of statistics problems. those that are what we call well-defined, which are basically the application of a formula. How do you do this very simple thing to demonstrate that you understand something? We sometimes embed it within a problem-solving context, but the defining feature is that it has a single correct answer. And then we have these ill-defined problems, which are much more complex. We expect the responses to vary between students. But because we're in the quantitative sciences, even these ill-defined problems tend to have solutions which look fairly similar to one another. And that really creates a problem with the use of programs like Chatgpt, because it becomes very difficult to detect issues around academic misconduct if we expect all of the answers to look very similar anyway. All right, so I'm just going to give a quick example. The details are really not important, but this is just look, the number of daily visitors to a local park over a period of 100 days. You're going to get 100 numbers, you know, in a data file. We want students to do some mathematical calculations here. They're looking to see whether it follows a normal distribution, and they're calculating a value based on a statistical concept that we've taught them. How would they do that in Chatgpt? Does it work well? And for these types of problems, this is exactly what I copied and pasted into the Chatgpt window. So I created the first sentence, provide R code, output, and explanation for the following questions. Then I just literally copied and pasted what I would give my students into the Chatgpt window. And I even just copied and pasted the numbers, the 100 numbers of the question. And now, Chatgpt is very willing, certainly, I'll help you do that. No, not a problem at all. And it has, you can just run this. You just run it. And there's your answer. The answer is 2 numbers. And it tells you that the data are normally distributed. Here's the numbers you need to quote. So this poses so many questions for me. What are we testing? What are we testing our students? I was so fascinated by a lot of what you were saying before, Professor Kay, of redesigning our curriculum. What kind of put a thorough framework around these thoughts that have just been flying around in my head all semester of how do we deal with this problem? Okay. Let's look at a problem which is slightly more complex. Explain the central limit theorem in your own words. Now, the central limit theorem is a statistical concept. It's one that has a very clear and precise definition, but it's also one that is very difficult. Students tend to find it's really hard to explain. Trips up a lot of them. So I've asked Chatgpt, can you explain the central limit theorem in your own words, Chatgpt? And it gives me 3 paragraphs that sounds like it's copied from the internet somewhere. I wouldn't be super thrilled if I received this from a student, but it's correct because it's a simple question. And yeah, it's just not, it doesn't sound natural. But we can, my students can very easily manipulate Chatgpt if they're conscious of it. And so some students will just copy and paste this and submit it, sometimes even with the Chatgpt grayed out background and text. I just love it. Every now and then you even get the I am an AI language processing model. I saw an example of that from one of my colleagues the other day. Anyway, so what you can do is, okay, we'll use less words, use fewer words, and make it sound simpler. And so then Chatgpt provides something that is still accurate and sounds like a student wrote it. Well, I did have a comment from one student who said that they felt like this wasn't authentic, this wasn't their own words, because they're someone who is working towards fluency in written English. And so they used a trick. Can you make it more grammatically incorrect? And now it sounds like it was written by somebody who's working towards English language fluency. And if I read this, I would not detect that it was created in this way. I would have no way of knowing that this was not a genuine response. And this student may know absolutely nothing about the central limit theorem. Now, they're also running the risk that this is wrong, right? Like it may not actually be correct. But having done this for a number of simple academic concepts, it's generally quite correct in defining simple concepts. It's just when it comes to, I guess, more complex or in other fields outside of statistics where it requires a lot more critical thought and insight, and there might be different opinions out there, then you can't. That's when you run into more problems. But in these cases, I've not found it so much. I'm going to now move to the most complex example before I wrap up. And what I'd like you to pull out of or focus on in this broad chunk of text is, firstly, we've got in bold the name of a data set, A1_Q1, etc. We have information in that data set on nearly 2,000 people. And the question that we're asking is the relationship between obesity in bold and socioeconomic status in bold. This is the type of question that people ask in epidemiology all the time. Does increased socioeconomic status change your propensity towards obesity? And so what we would want students to do is to look at this question and do some complex thought, really, to look at this and go, what analysis would I do? That's something that students find particularly challenging. How do I wrangle my computer package to do it? And how do I interpret the outcome? This is something that we would put to intermediate or more advanced students in the applied public health field, not in the statistics department. And so the students are given that general blurb about the problem. They're given a description of the data set, which variables are in it, and then they're given some questions. The first two are just recreating some variables, so that's not very hard. ChatGPT does that easily. I'll focus on the third one, which is what analysis are you going to do? How are you going to do it? Interpret it. Now, we can't just copy in data for 1,700 people into the ChatGPT window. So it operates a little bit differently. So what I did put into ChatGPT was this. The first chunk before the red underlining is literally just copied and pasted that context paragraph that I gave to the students in their assignment. Then I added, underlined in red, some extra information. So I described the data set. I said, here are the variables of interest. And then I said, can you do this analysis in R package, show the code, show some example output, and interpret it for me? And then I pasted the questions underneath. So this is what I would consider to be very minimal intervention on the question that would require very little knowledge from the student to be able to do this themselves. So the first thing that happened for that question C was a little disappointing to me. It gave me the code to do the analysis. It said, well, if you want the results, you need to run the summary function, and you'd vaguely interpret it in this way. Okay, well, that's true. That's all true. But it's not enough for me to be able to plagiarize this, to be able to do anything with it. I asked it to run example output. It didn't do it. So I asked it again. Please provide it's underneath the Zoom bar, but that says just please provide some example output and interpret it for me. And yes, sure, why didn't I do that before? Here is what it said before, the analysis that it used and why it used it. It simulated a data set of 1,700 people. It gave me numbers of output, and then it interpreted those mostly correctly. Some problems, but generally speaking, not wrong exactly. But of course, what's really, really interesting, so I heard you say before, Judy, about how when it does simulate data, it will automatically simulate plausible data, which is really, really interesting. So the estimates it gave for socioeconomic status and age and their relationship with obesity are actually reflective of the true relationship in the population, which I found really, really interesting. But when I ran this assignment in R, of course, I got different answers with my real data set for my assignment, because different numbers slightly, because this is simulated data here. So I said to ChatGPT, okay, well, when I ran this in my assignment, I actually got these numbers, 0.86 and 1.52 instead. Can you interpret those instead for me, instead of your up simulated numbers? And it did that and essentially gave me the answer to my assignment. All right, so to to sum up, I think what all that means, I ran 8 intermediate and advanced biostatistics assignments through this process, trying to give as minimal prompting as I could based off genuine knowledge. And we have a rubric for each assignment that in great detail explains what you award marks for and what you take off marks for. And ChatGPT got a distinction average across those 8 assignments, to get a credit in one of them. But generally speaking, it did really well. And it didn't take too much knowledge for me to bump that up to a high distinction, to just prompt ChatGPT in places. Or can you clarify that? Or can you explain a bit more here? Give a bit more information. So we'll just move past that. So we have this problem now of what do we do? Do we redesign our courses? Do we redesign our, I think we definitely need to redesign our assignments. Do we need to think about moving back to more face-to-face or live assignments, which we've completely moved against because of COVID, and students love the flexibility that they have now to be able to study in fully online mode, and not in particular in our master's program, we really don't have many actual live exams anymore. The University of Sydney has a policy on ChatGPT, which was put together quite quickly, of course, because it just came on everybody like a ton of bricks at the start of semester. And that's currently in the process of being updated. But students are not allowed to use ChatGPT at this university unless expressly permitted to do so by their unit coordinator, which is not reflective of the reality of what's happening. All right. So one student said to me, I could totally fake it. I could, but what's the point? You might not know that I'm not doing it, but an employer is, they're going to know I can't do everything. So, it doesn't really bother me. It's on the student, right? Individual responsibility. But from the perspective of the university, it's more complicated than that. I put this here: maintenance of reputation and the value of degrees. What does it mean to get a degree from the University of Sydney or any other organisation in the world if this is now what students are doing? We have to respond to this. We have to respond to it appropriately. And I think I've mentioned the redesign of assessments, but I think we also need to talk about this, not just at a university level, but at a discipline-specific level, because what is going to be appropriate in the context that I've just described to you is going to be very, very different from what is needed in the arts, philosophy. It's a very different ball game. So as we go to question time now, I'm just going to leave you with this poem. I asked ChatGPT to write about the ethics of using ChatGPT in biostatistics assignments. So I'll let you enjoy that as we move to question time. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much. And I think we have time for questions. So now we're just going to open to the floor. Any questions for Dr. Mallet?
Thanks very much. That was very interesting. It's sort of an observation to see what you think about it, but I'm speaking from the perspective of somebody who teaches law, and some of our students go on into the legal profession. And so we've got to sort of also think about the implications for the legal work that they'll do. And it sort of seems even a bit more complicated. We've got to think about how we assess, but then we've got to think about what we're assessing as well. And I just wondered if you got any thoughts on that point about, it's more generally about things that integrate into particular professions.
I mean, we're training students to prepare them for a career in the real world, and they're going to be moving into the real world and using this in the real world. And the idea is what we want to teach students. I don't really care about whether they can run a particular line of code, or I care that they understand why and when that's appropriate, and then the concepts around it, because you can Google anything, right, that you need to know in terms of actual detail, but those higher order skills is what you're learning. And we need our professionals to have those skills, because I know I use it in my professional practice, and I know enough to be able to know when it's giving me something that's sensible and when it's not. And we need our professionals to have that discernment as well. And you know, this overlaps with something that Judy was saying before. Is it okay to write our assignments as professionals using this? I don't know. I know people are doing it. I know people who are not comfortable doing it. Is it okay for us to write our research papers? Partly getting ideas from this? I don't know. Neither does anybody else.
Thank you. We have
Oh, thanks. One pushback I've got from a lot of colleagues here at Sydney Uni when I've been discussing where AI fits in assessment and where there might be a case for doing things like going back to pen and paper, or oral exams and so on, and people would say, oh well, but it's just a tool like a calculator, and we have to and that's just the reality of life. And I think we're a bit caught in between, and it's a little bit hard to articulate. I think we are figuring out what kind of a tool it is. I don't think it's a calculator, because a calculator is not generative. And what I think was coming out in your point where you were saying you don't care about like the programming, you care about them understanding it. And I'm wondering if in each, maybe in each separate unit where we're like, what do people need to understand? But checking that they have the foundational knowledge, that the genuine understanding. So even if they do go and use AI, and I'm sure we all will be using generative AI in lots of different ways, but I wonder if the thing is, if we say there are some things which you just have to have absorbed, and people say, oh, that's just like parroting back. It's not just parroting back language, it's a genuine understanding, being able to pick up, operationalize the concepts that you're learning. Even if AI could tell you everything, there's so many places in professions, I think, where you can't, where if you didn't know what to do, you couldn't ask it quick enough, and you wouldn't know the questions to ask. And I'll give a simple example from my husband's profession. He's an early childhood educator. One of the things that he had to do, of course, was a child protection unit. Imagine if people studying early childhood were like, child protection, whatever. Yeah, I know what that is. But then they hadn't done the stuff that says when someone discloses something that sounds like potential abuse, how do you not contaminate the evidence? How do you listen with care? What are your responsibilities as an educator? Because if you pick up the essay prompt and drop it in and submit that, sure, maybe you'll pass, but it's not okay for us as an institution to say that it's all right for people to go out without us checking. That's what assessment is. That's what we get the taxpayer dollars for. Anyway, so I say, anyway, that's my rant. I've done it as a rant, but like, what do you think? Like, am I getting somewhere there?
You're absolutely right. I think that there are real risks that come from saying, accrediting a student as competent in something when they're not, whether that be in health or law or early childhood. It's absolutely true. And this is more than a calculator, absolutely. But I think people they realize about ChatGPT, and then there's a couple of different phases of processing that academics are working through. And you realize it's a problem, but I think that first step is a bit of denial, of going, I just want to do things the way that I've always done them, and that it's not that it's just another form of plagiarism. I'll just detect it the way that I always have. It's not that big a deal. I think if you move through that phase and say, okay, this really is a big problem, you get to a very difficult position, which is where I'm currently at, which is this is a big problem, but I don't think we quite know what to do about it. Mm. Yeah. 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 It's a very difficult situation when you think we have a moral imperative to act, but we don't know how. And I think that's the importance of having days like today to start this process further along the path.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Mullet. And I just want to express my gratitude for all this insightful discussion and I hope you're enjoying it. And now we're going to move on to the workshop session. Starts from 2 p.m. and until 3 p.m. And reminder for the second half of the session starts at 3:15. So hopefully we could see you in workshop and the reminder of the conference. Enjoy. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Welcome back, everybody, to this afternoon session of Chatllm23. I'd just like to acknowledge before we get started for this afternoon session, something that Rebecca mentioned at the start, but is worthwhile mentioning again, because I know we have some new people who have come in since, but we are gathering here today on land that belonged to the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation. For countless years, this place has been a site for the sharing of knowledge, a very important site for such. So I hope we can take into the rest of this afternoon that spirit of sharing knowledge with each other throughout disciplines and throughout different perspectives in life. I also would like to acknowledge that we have media present both in person and online, and this session will also be recorded. So you're welcome to find these recordings online. We'll post on our website later on, but just to let you know. To get things kicked off for today, we're going to welcome to the lectern Charlotte Bradley. Charlotte Bradley is a PhD student at the Australian National University in the School of Cybernetics. Charlotte has a Master's of both Applied Cybernetics and English Literature. And Charlotte's research today that we're going to be talking about explores the different alternatives for understanding meaning making in large language models using that interdisciplinary approach between both cybernetics and literature studies and critical AI studies as well. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Bajari Gamarua, I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation as the traditional owners of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders past and present. Sovereignty has never been ceded. This always was and always will be Aboriginal land. I've just been introduced as Charlotte Bradley. That is indeed my real name. I'm from the Australian National University. And in my PhD research, I am exploring what the history of the concept of mimesis from literary and theatre history and theory might have to teach us about the reception of generative language models and also about how we might go about designing interfaces with generative language models. The received wisdom amongst those of us who are concerned about the social impacts of language models or large language models is that the texts that they produce are fundamentally meaningless. Examples of this argument can be found in the academic literature, in the famous Stochastic Parrots paper, and in popular media commentary in Ted Chiang's characterization of ChatGPT as a blurry JPEG of the internet. While I share the concerns about the social impacts of large language models, and I agree that what large language models do with language is not the same as what humans do, I do not subscribe to the view that their outputs are meaningless. This is important not just because the issue of meaning is important in its own right, but also because it has implications for the issue of responsibility and how we conceive, whomever or whatever has the agency to determine the meaning of a text must be, at least to some degree, responsible for it. And how we conceive of responsibility in this context will also inform the approach we take to the urgent task of cultivating widespread critical literacy of large language models. I'm going to take it as given that there is a need for this literacy, since it is already the case that large language models are being deployed across many aspects of our lives. My focus today will be on questioning the dominant approach to meaning and responsibility coming from within kind of ethical AI, broadly construed, and offering what I hope is a complementary alternative. I will begin by sharing my understanding of the theories of meaning, and responsibility that underscore the arguments made by Professors Emily Bender and Dr. Timnit Gebru and their colleagues, including Meg Mitchell, who we heard from this morning, in their famous paper on the dangers of stochastic parrots. I will argue that the theory of meaning in stochastic parrots has at least 2 implications for responsibility. Then I will share a couple of alternative theories of meaning from literary theory or from literary studies. And I will end by reviewing how the human geographer Louisa Moore has used literary theories of meaning as the basis for an alternative model of responsibility towards machine learning, one which I think might offer a way forward. So I'm going to assume that many of you will have read or are aware of the paper on the dangers of stochastic parrots. If you haven't already read it and you're interested in this area, then you really must read it. However, you do not need to be familiar with it to understand the theory of meaning I'm going to suggest that it promotes. In fact, this theory of meaning is never spelled out in quite the level of detail that I'm about to articulate, but it is in an earlier paper by Bender and her colleague Alexander Kohler, which is referenced in stochastic parrots, called Climbing Towards Natural Language Understanding, which obviously I also recommend. Okay, so the basic argument made about meaning in stochastic parrots and climbing is as follows. Languages are systems of signs in which meaning emerges from the relationship between a linguistic form, a natural language expression like pi waka waka, as something that exists outside of language. And something that exists outside of language. That is a communicative intent, in this case, to refer to a small bird with a fan-shaped tail native to Aotearoa, New Zealand. Large language models, though, only have access to one side of this relationship through that training data, the linguistic forms. Without any direct experience of the worlds to which these words refer, large language models cannot understand meaning. Without understanding, language models cannot form communicative intents. And this creates a situation in which meaning and understanding, or understanding and intent, are 2 sides of the same coin. It follows that when a large language model speaks, it speaks in pure form, composing texts that bear no relation to anything outside of its own utterance. And therefore, the claim goes, large language models are meaningless, or the text produced by them are meaningless, and any inference of meaning therein is fundamentally mistaken. So this is a quote from the paper. The problem is, if one side of the communication does not have meaning, then the comprehension of the implicit meaning is an illusion arising from our singular human understanding of language. So what does responsibility mean in stochastic parrots? It is against this backdrop of a definition of meaning and understanding that effectively begins and ends with the communicative intent of an individual human subject that 2 claims about responsibility emerge. First, that the role of the responsible technologist is to educate and protect the public against misinterpreting the outputs of large language models as meaningful. And second, that in the absence of meaning, large language models create a responsibility vacuum that only the developers of the models can fill. With regard to this first issue of educating the public, a primary target here is the use of misleading language to describe the capabilities of large language models. In climbing, Bender and Kohler argue that the descriptions of large language models in the academic literature as understanding or comprehending language filters through to the popular press with deleterious effects. Part of their aim in that article is to diffuse the so-called hype by providing precise definitions of meaning and understanding, which they argued the field of natural language processing is lacking. With regard to the second issue of a responsibility vacuum, towards the end of stochastic parrots, Bender and her colleagues argue that the risks associated with synthetic but seemingly coherent text are deeply connected to the fact that such synthetic text can enter into conversations without any person or entity being accountable for it. This accountability both involves responsibility for truthfulness and is important in situating meaning. Like meaning, or rather with meaning, responsibility is found to ultimately reside with an individual that is modeled on, even if it is not itself a human subject. since entity in this context is referring to a legal entity or a legal person, an organization deploying a large language model. From this perspective, we can see that the theories of both meaning and responsibility put forward in stochastic parrots, which I am suggesting are indicative of a dominant, if not the dominant, approach to meaning and responsibility in the kind of ethical AI context, is essentially retrospective in orientation and founded on an ideal of absolute knowledge or absolute vision. So, to find the true meaning of a text, we must retrieve the communicative intent of its human author. To find who is responsible for a text, we must likewise retrace a causal chain of action and effect. This is a form of responsibility as liability, which arises out of a known causal relationship between the direct actions or direct speech of one party and its effects on or meaning for another. Academics in the field of science and technology studies and responsible research in particular have identified this model of responsibility as liability as the dominant model of responsibility in Western cultures. Responsibility as liability can be contrasted with an alternative form of responsibility as care and responsiveness, what some people might call responsibility. That is, who has the desire, capacity, or agency to respond to large language models. Now, without wanting to absolve the developers of large language models of any responsibility whatsoever, I want to suggest that by granting them total responsibility, we deny agency to those interpreting the outputs of language models, casting them as mindless and, ironically, as mechanistic readers, simply retrieving the communicative intent of another human. Which is not to say that the form of responsibility as liability is not needed, but rather that we need an enlarged sense of meaning and responsibility that makes space for meaningful public participation. Where can we look for this enlarged sense of meaning? Literary studies. Okay, so the theory of meaning presented in stochastic parrots and climbing is described in the latter as being, quote, as general as we could make it. Thank you. And yet when I first read it, it struck me as surprisingly narrow and unintuitive. The idea that the meaning of a literary text ultimately coincides with its author's intent has been deemed not only old-fashioned, but also highly conservative, even oppressive, for many years. I'm going to skip over some of this to say basically what we can trace is an opening up in terms of identifying the different parties that can be involved in determining the meaning of a text. So in The Death of the Author, Roland Barthes argues that the meaning of a text is constantly in flux and open to a reader's interpretation, such that reading becomes, quote, the true place of writing. Stanley Fish proposed the idea of interpretive communities made up of readers who share strategies, quote, not for reading in the conventional sense, but for writing texts. Donald Mackenzie pointed to the materiality of the book as another source of meaning in the interpretation of texts. And Catherine Hales insisted upon the need to attend to the materiality of digital interfaces in the creation of meaning. Thus, we can trace a shifting and spread, oh, it's ruined by emojis, a spread of the theoretical locus of meaning in literary studies, from author to text, to reader, to networks of readers in books, and finally to networks of readers, books, and machines. And it is from this kind of post-human literary perspective on meaning that the human geographer and critical AI scholar Louisa Moore proposes an alternative cloud ethics to inform our engagement with machine learning models. If Bender and her colleagues are primarily calling for an essentially retrospective, knowledge-based form of responsibility as liability, Moore can be described as calling for a complementary form of prospective responsibility, which emphasizes uncertainty and the possibilities it brings. She argues that any attempt to attribute responsibility for an output back to a single source will inevitably fail, since no such single source exists. By this, she doesn't just mean that contemporary machine learning systems comprise multiple component parts, which is true to question the idea of an individual human subject with whom agency can be said to reside. In Amour's view, demands for greater transparency invoke what Michel Foucault has called the author function. The author function is a concept termed by Foucault to describe the social and institutional role played by the concept of the author as a subject position. Even if the individual author, let's call him William, doesn't hold authority over a meaning of a text, the concept of the author, Shakespeare, nevertheless exerts power over its interpretation. Of particular importance for Amour is the way the author function lends an air of unity and consistency to a text through its association with a single responsible author. Thus, she argues that the rise of algorithmic power in society has been overwhelmingly understood as a problem of opaque and illegible algorithms infringing on or undercutting a precisely legible world of rights belonging to human subjects. The problem with this approach, in Amour's view, to which I subscribe, is that it lends an air of unity and consistency to both machine learning systems and human subjects that they simply don't possess. As the gleeful media coverage of Bing's alter ego Sydney has emphasized, large language models are, at their core, irrational, unstable systems that only present a veneer of coherence through the reduction of their branching probabilistic outputs to a single sentence. For Bender and her colleagues, this veneer of coherence and lack of communicative intent are evidence of a fundamental difference between humans and machines and create a responsibility gap in large language models that only a human author can fill. But for Amour, informed by literary theories that understand meaning in text to emerge from a complex network of readers, writers, books, and machines, this instability and uncertainty is a constitutive feature both of meaning and responsibility. Thus, she follows another literary philosopher, Jacques Derrida, in arguing that without uncertainty, a responsible decision can no longer be described as such, since it is simply, quote, the simple mechanistic deployment of a theorem, or to refer to this quote, the execution of a code of conduct. Got one last comment. As an alternative to invoking the author function, which retrospectively links meaning and responsibility as liability to a single human author, Amour proposes we focus instead on the collective act of a kind of reading writing, as discussed by Barth and Fish, which views responsibility, that is the agency to respond meaningfully, as being distributed through a complex system of human and non-human actors. And this is my parting provocation for those of us who have used ChatGPT and therefore voluntarily contributed back data for the ongoing fine-tuning of the model. Are we not also partially then responsible for the outputs of future versions? How might knowledge of that responsibility change the way we interact with ChatGPT moving forward? Thanks for your patience. Thank you.
Really excellent reflections. Thank you very much for that, Charlotte. I think just in keeping with the theme that's been popping up a couple of times today, the idea of the diffusion of power with these kinds of technologies and how different, perhaps marginalized and minoritized groups might exist in a world of AI and expanding AI functions. I think applying different kind of theories that do shift positions of power around is incredibly important. So thank you very much for your reflections.
Thank you.
So unfortunately, we're going to have to move on to the next speaker at this stage, but hold on to the burning questions you've got with that very thought-provoking presentation, because we will have some networking time after this event to continue along. At that, I would like to welcome up to the lectern Dr. Marina Bano. Thank you very much. Welcome. Round of applause. Welcome. So Dr. Marina Bano is an award-winning scholar and an advocate for gender equality in STEM, and also the proud recipient of the most influential Asian Australian under 40 award. And Dr. Marina's research involves exploring the capacity for AI to be used as an alternative qualitative research engine and comparing that to the human capacity for such. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the nice introduction, and hi everyone. So this research is basically, I would say that even more than a month ago, I was here in Sydney for the National AI Summit, just a day after that GPT-4 was released. And there was a lot of hype in the media. And, even in that National AI Summit, everybody was talking about, the ramifications that's going to have on the researcher, especially. And this idea came about at that time because we have been involved in qualitative research previously, that what would it mean for people who are already doing qualitative research? Are these large language models like GPT-4 especially capable of replicating that that special thinking process that makes us human for that kind of research? So just a click. I'm not sure how many of you have read this article. So it was around the time when I was doing my PhD, and that was sent to me by someone about what it means to have to some degree of stupidity if you want to excel in research and in scientific research. So this idea of ignorance is the one that sparks the curiosity to explore further, to know further. And for knowing, first there has to be a state where you don't know something. And what makes us human is that not just the intelligence that is being simulated, but there is a part of us in our brain, which is opposite of intelligence, which is referred to as a stupidity in common terms. But maybe in some other criteria, it may not be stupidity. It may be considered another form of intelligence, or maybe there is another word to describe it. But that part is not simulated into AI. For AI, we have a very specific way of accuracy, the measurement, the speed of what exactly is that we are extracting about the human mind and trying to simulate it into an algorithm that will increase the work. But then there is much more that is being left behind, what is not simulated. So when we're talking about the research, the way the human brain is going to work, AI is not yet there. So this is what we may know as a researcher, but what is the evidence? How do we turn it into experiment to see what actually is happening with these language models? So around that time, I saw a lot of media articles that in the last 3-4 months that were there to talk about what it would mean to be a human in this era. And I think this article captures it really nicely, that AI is nothing like a human mind. It took millions of years to evolve using the resources of the entire Earth. And AI developed over just a few decades using a minuscule fraction of the Earth's ridges. And also, I think the last line.
So sorry to interrupt you. We have a technical issue. We'll just have to fix it.
I'll just say that in the end, the fact that all these things that we call about stupidity, people of the human mind, we're not there. We're trying to aim the AI, we're trying to come up with responsible AI initiatives. We are coming up with all the ethical AIs, but yet in humanity, we do see all the sides there, the brighter and the dark side as well. And then in just last 4 months, if you put on a Google Scholar word ChatGPT or GPT-4, you see so many peer-reviewed articles already appearing out there. And some of the top of them are from the field of education, where the teachers are quite concerned about the students' use of such language models. And the worry is about whether there would be this trend of cheating is going to continue. Cheating was not a new concept to students. They knew how to do it before. ChatGPT is just another tool that gave them some more accuracy or speed or whatever other factors. So it's not the creation of the tool. It's humans are already there. All the evil in their mind is already there. So moving forward, that exactly what does it mean to be human against this AI? And what does it mean about this thinking process, what makes us qualitative researchers? So are these large language models able to grasp the sense of human understanding in qualitative research? So this is something that we came up with, this idea that we wanted to compare what would it look like to have an already conducted qualitative research and then making different versions of these two models. One is the 3.5 ChatGPT and the other GPT-4, and what kind of results would they produce, and how would they explain that, what output they gave and why? So because that why is the important part of when, as a qualitative researcher, you come to some conclusion, there has to be some way. And can we make these models give us that reason as well? So what role LLMs can play in qualitative research? So we decided to do an exploratory experiment to compare the reasoning and analysis of ChatGPT 3.5, GPT-4, and the humans in a qualitative research. And we used our existing research, which was about Schwartz human values. One of our team member has already previously conducted analysis of these human values. You can see the classification levels. I won't go into the details of explaining them, but they belong to very specific human experiences of how they define the values. And we use this classification, and there's a sub-classification of this as well already in existing literature. So this part that is highlighted was already conducted research by a human analyst. So what we did previously was that we selected a sample of app reviews from Google Store that was about the voice assistant system Alexa, and then analyzed those app reviews against the Schwartz human values and mapped them, those reviews, that under which classification they were referring to. So trying to attach some human value to the app reviews of what kind of human values were either violated if there were negative reviews or they were not present there. So the similar experiment was conducted, selected the sample of those already analyzed reviews and made the two models, ChatGPT 3.5 and also 4, to do the similar analysis. And at the same time, provide the reasoning for why it was classified under certain category of Schwartz human model. And then we compared the results of all three of them. So some interesting results here, that comparing human and ChatGPT 3.5 classification, the classification alignment came close to 33%. Human and GPT-4, the classifications closely aligned 27%. And the reason I'm saying closely aligned for two reasons. One is that because if the main category is the same, the subcategory was not the same. So it came very close, but yet there was some difference. And the second reason is that I'm not saying that whether the human was correct or the model was correct, because it's quite contextual and open to interpretations. Then ChatGPT 3.5 and GPT-4 classifications closely aligned 56% of the time. So the two AI model themselves had 56% of agreement. And all three together, they had 22% of alignment. So then picking up just three cases, I'll show three examples from there. You can see that in this example, this is a divergent categorization. All three of them came up with different results. So the first in the table, on the top of the table, you can see is the review for the Alexa that we picked up from the Google app, Google Store. It says, I have asked difficult things, but every time she's fantastic at answering. So the human classification was self-direction and curiosity. The GPT 3.5 said achievement and competence. GPT-4 says universalism and knowledge. And over here, you can see the reasoning that all three of them gave. So the human reasoning was that Alexa was able to meet the user's curiosity by answering all questions. ChatGPT 3.5 said the user values Alexa's ability to answer difficult questions. And GPT-4 says appreciation for Alexa's ability to answer difficult question. Even in the reasoning, we can see that the human is more, I would say, because as a human, we know what it means to use Alexa. It's about the experience. So, and for the AI models, the experience is missing there. It's about the functionality that this app is going to provide. Then there is a conceptual alignment. And the reason is that you can see in the review, there is a word used, privacy. So all three of them were able to pick up the privacy, but the main categorization, you can see the human came up against with self-direction, but both the models put it under the security. So once again, it's about the functionality and not about the use, which in the reasoning of the human, we can see that the consent, autonomy, and the control over the use is the prime focus of that analysis, whereas that one is missing in the other two models, which came up with the security and privacy as the classification here. And the last one, where all of them are consistent in their categorization, It's a bit longer review, but all three said that this is about the conformity and politeness. But once again, the reasoning is not consistent with each other. According to human reasoning, they picked up the words that were used there in the app review about the thanks and welcome, but both the models, they picked up the impolite response or the politeness as a word that was in the review that was being picked. So what does this mean? All of this is that human analysts, they tend to focus on the emotional and personal aspects of the situation, where the AI models will often emphasize on functional and skill-based aspects. So this was not a surprising thing, but the thing is that this, just like I said, that this, first of all, the classification of Schwarzkopf human values, it's a bit complicated even for humans, because experiences vary from one person to others. So that's why we cannot say that whether it was correct or wrong, but it's very clear trend in these results that we can see that for humans, the emotions, just like it was previously mentioned in the existing literature on the educational aspect, where they want to detect whether something is written by AI. And that will always be clear in the language when it's more towards the functionality and not towards the experiences or the feelings and the emotions, which kind of makes what qualitative research is actually about. The insights that we provide based on, as a researcher, my background, my experience and my knowledge, that is contributing to the actual understanding. And we were just talking about the meaning that I make out of certain phenomena or certain experience that will be missing in the analysis that comes from these models. So just, I think the same one results is being explained here. This is the summary of the entire, what we were discussing is that it's not about AI versus human. It's going to be moving forward AI plus humans. So there are certain things that as humans, AI is never going to be there. Those that are highlighted in the bottom: context, desire to question, curiosity, intuition, all of these, we still as humans, the way that we understand the world, the way we have experiences, the way we make the meaning out of it, the AI models are not going to be there. But then it comes to efficiency, the quality of the language in terms of grammar and all the other stuff, that speed, consistency, scalability, yes, they will be there. Availability, that's an economic factor, that who will be able to access, because it's a tool of empowerment, and it is going to cost. There will be an economic model behind it. And then comes accuracy. All day we have been talking about misinformation and not the reliable results that are being there. So we will need humans in the loop to verify the information that is coming out of there. So when it comes to the qualitative research, it's very clear that it will be AI plus humans, according to this experiment. So this is an ongoing research, just like other than Schwartz human values, we want to apply them onto something that is less complicated and contextual towards the human, because that is human values, not AI values. So we will try to replicate the experiment on a couple of other projects that we have already conducted and compare the results of all of them. So thank you very much. That's all for me. If there is any question.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your analysis and insights, Dr. Bano. I believe we will have time for one question, if we can keep the question direct. Beautiful.
Hi. Beautiful talk. I love that you're looking into qualitative analysis using these tools. How do you know that its focus on the functionality was not just a function of how you asked it the question, and if you couldn't have rephrased the question for it to do better on the emotional dimension?
With the use of personas and saying, hey, you're the perfect combination of a therapist and a legal advisor, and please give me the perfect balance of compassion and strategy. I've done that, and it actually does that response. So
that was not the part of the prompt that I used to answer the question of both of you. So it was structured in a way that I provided it with the app reviews and ask it to consistently provide first the classification and then tell me the reason that why it thinks that it belongs to that one. So I did not ask us for it for, develop a persona or assume a role of something. It was to do with the language model's own capability. We were discussing, Dida and me, that AI itself may not have any persona, that's the assumption, but then it gives us answers. So how does it generate answers? There is something that comes up on the run that it will give you an answer. So it did come up with a classification as well as, and in a couple of cases, I would say that I was discussing with Didar that it looked like GPT-4 in some instances, not in these examples, but there were some instances where it made us think that maybe it was the right one, GPT-4, and not the human classification was the right. So we did not put any persona on it. We just let the model itself decide how it will classify and what reason it was doing that for.
Excellent questions. And thank you very much again, Dr. Bano. Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear us, Atusa?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, sorry about that. I've just introduced you and thank you so much for getting up so early to join us for this conference, which is happening in a balmy afternoon for us. So just to explain, Atusa's work explores how AI can go about capturing semantic meaning and the various theoretical mechanisms and technical mechanisms through which that is attempted. So with that, I'll hand to you, Atusa. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone, and thanks so much for having me. So I'm going to talk about this question that probably most of you have heard of, and many people have taken stances about, given answers. The question of, can large language models understand meaning? So I think what is a little bit missing from literature is a proper philosophical analysis of the notion of meaning. And because philosophers of language have been thinking about the questions of meaning, linguistic meaning for humans, and there are many different theories, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to kind of rely on that literature and hopefully do some conceptual clarification which hopefully will help us to think a little bit more clearly about this question. Okay, so very brief review of the literature, and I mentioned only a couple of names, a couple of papers that have become very influential and famous. Again, remember the question, can large language models understand meaning? A couple of researchers respond no to this question. One of the reasons for responding no to this question is that meaning is the relation between the form and something external to language, and pre-trained large language models do not understand meaning because this relation between the form and something external to language for the current pre-trained large language models is not established. So that's one kind of response. Again, there are a list of references at the end of my slides. And so you can kind of refer to them for more responses, no responses. A couple of other people are more positive about this kind of like question. So they respond yes, because they give us, or they rely on a different definition of meaning, the popular definition of meaning. So this is a yes response, basically saying that, well, language models kind of understand meaning. Well, understanding of meaning depends on how we define meaning. But if we define meaning as, if we define understanding of meaning as consists of understanding networks of connections of linguistic forms, There can be no doubt that pre-trained large language models learn meaning as well as word meanings. They learn much about the word, then large language models understand meaning. So these are just like two different papers, influential papers, giving yes answer, no answers. There is something systematically deeper running on within at least the machine learning community, deep disagreement. So there's been this really, really interesting survey questions, basically survey asking lots of active natural learning, natural language processing researchers, lots of questions about language, large language models. Basically the purpose of running the survey was just to see what the community of people who are active doing research in this area are thinking about questions, are thinking about their field, what is happening, the hot questions. And so one of the survey questions relevant to the topic of the talk was the following: some generative models like LLMs trained only on text, given enough data and computational resources, could understand natural language in some non-trivial sense. From roughly 500 active participants in this survey, half agreed and the other half disagreed. So the question is kind of like important because, and we want to do a proper treatment of it, because the way we gonna answer to this question will have ramifications with the way we talk in public about these language models, whether they understand meaning, and the way we are going to treat these systems. And I think the way we are going to treat these systems and we talk about them will have ramifications for politicians, for general public, and etc. So this is hopefully not just like a armchair philosophical activity. I think the goal that I have in mind in the rest of the talk is kind of like do some armchair work just to make sure that we are a little bit more careful when we want to treat these kinds of like questions. So when we look into different kind of philosophers of language / non-computational linguistics work on they kind of like work on meaning and theories of meaning, it appears that there are two kinds of questions when we ask meaning questions. So those theories and those accounts can be classified into two different categories. So the first is when we ask a semantic question about meaning. And so we ask, what is the meaning of this or that specific linguistic expression or conversation, if you want to kind of broaden the scope of semantic questions. The second question is a foundational question. It asks questions about the facts that ground the meanings of linguistic expressions. And these facts could be psychological states, these facts could be social conventions, etc. So the first kind of like a step in doing some conceptual clarification is to highlight that there are these two kinds of questions lurking under this meaning question. Can large language models understand meaning? Well, we can interpret that from a semantic perspective, but also we can interpret that from a foundational perspective. And just to be super clear, sometimes these different kinds of questions have some overlaps, but I think in some clear ways, they also are distinct. So for practical purposes, I think we can kind of draw a distinction between them. Now, a little bit more about the semantic kind of question. Again, I have a draft paper where I go through all of these theories, but I don't have time to kind of discuss all of them and all of the philosophers. But the theories I'm referring to are well-known kind of theories, discussions in philosophy of language and linguistics, let's say pre-computational kind of term. So semantic question basically was a question of what is the meaning of this or that linguistic expression. And the meaning of a linguistic expression on a semantic theory can be, again, analyzed in different ways. So there are different philosophical theories for responding to a semantic question. So one is like a truth conditional semantic question where you try to kind of find truth values for linguistic expressions. And then if you try to do that across different possible words, which is a very popular semantic theory in analytic philosophy, then kind of you have a truth conditional semantics, possible word semantics for answering to semantic questions. And one thing to keep in mind, and the reason I'm talking about semantic theories as opposed to semantic definitions, is that I think if we end up just giving our own popular definitions, like one-liner definitions of meaning, then it will be really difficult to kind of agree with each other, because each of us can come up with our own personal definition. But if we go to understand meaning and the questions of understanding of meaning from a theoretical perspective, then theories are much richer. There are more tools and more content in the analysis of meaning. So, okay, one response to the semantic question comes from the truth conditional kind of semantics, where you want to find the truth conditions for which a linguistic expression is true or not. Then the other one is when people try to kind of find some instructions for mental representation of a linguistic expression. Again, keep in mind these linguistic expressions were all have been developed for humans, for the case of humans. So the assumption, implicit assumption, was that we have kind of like a brain, and then there's a kind of psychological state. So those are all kind of fixed, they're not questionable. And then a third kind of semantic response, another semantic theory is the inferential theory, where basically we want to, or philosophers want to answer to a semantic question by referencing to the way concepts inferentially relate to each other. There are many other semantic theories. I think these are the ones that are advanced, and then there are advanced theories of them in the literature. Now, the second question was a foundational question. So we still ask, can large language models understand meaning? But what we really want to know is that we want to know in virtue of what facts, again, these facts could be psychological facts, or these facts could be social conventions, the things that language models say are meaningful, right? So here we are not necessarily interested in understanding how different linguistic expressions relate to each other in the in word embeddings, and how different kind of like distributional relations give rise to meaning. But here we are really interested in understanding the foundations for the meaning. And then very simple like a theory is the reference theory, right? So say a linguistic expression is foundationally meaningful if we can find a reference between that linguistic expression and something outside of the linguistic word. Or another popular theory is that they use the social use of a specific term or specific linguistic expressions basically can be the basis for this foundational question. And another one is like a psychological state. So most famously, for example, Grice and his accounts of communicative intent and all of that. The idea is that we have some kind of like psychological state. It could be intent, it could be belief, but that is the ground for the meaning of linguistic expressions. Okay, so if we distinguish between these two different kinds of theories, and again, these theories are about understanding of meaning, then we see that in order for humans to understand meaning of linguistic expressions. So again, remember that we are not just thinking about language models understanding a meaning of one linguistic expression. Is just the whole linguistic expressions, because conversations go forward and discourses go forward when there is an understanding of many linguistic expressions. So then if you think that there are these semantic aspects, foundational aspects, there are ways to define humans' understanding of meaning as requiring both semantic aspects and foundational aspects and the dynamic interplay between them, right? So it's not the case that for us, always for understanding all linguistic expressions, we need to refer to something else outside of the linguistic word, but we need to start with some minimal references to the outside of the linguistic word. Okay, so now very briefly, talking about large language models, I think you just all know about it and have heard of it. So I'm just going to be very short here. So there's this process of like obviously embeddings where you're trying to take these words and tokenize them and then embed them. And then there are these like super high dimensional vector representations. And then with the transformer large language models that we are all interested in talking about, there are the mechanisms of self-attention and multi-head attention. Again, mathematically speaking, the mathematics behind them is pretty simple. The computation, I think, makes it much more complicated. But when you go to understand the mathematics of it, which is the basic building block of its design, it's pretty simple. So basically, then there are these mechanisms of embedding self-attention, and they all really help to capture the semantic aspects of meaning. So the claim is that large language models are making great progress in capturing semantic aspects of meaning, or S-meaning. But when it comes to foundational meaning, then in answering to whether they understand meaning, and if by meaning there we mean foundational meaning, then we face some problems, 3 problems. One is referential problem. So large language models have no access to anything outside of the non-linguistic world. You might say, okay, we do alignment procedures and there is reinforcement learning from human feedback. Still, there is no like direct access to something outside of a linguistic world. It's just the sort of a learning becomes linguistic expressions from a human, right? But the building blocks of the things from which they learn are linguistic building blocks. There is no reference to something outside of the word. So they have no reference at all to anything the way we have large language models today. And I'm not talking about multimodal models. So there's a referential problem. The foundation of what they are talking about cannot be rooted in any minimal understanding of references. The second problem is the use problem. So we might think that, okay, language models are being used with humans. And I think this is a very simplified, kind of naive understanding of the use, because when we want to approach this problem, the notion of use of a language and what does it mean for a language to be used, then we need to have like a theoretical framework. And then when we look into different theories, the idea there, the established idea there now is that the linguistic expressions use it comes with a set of commitments and entitlements that are associated with the public utterance of a sentence. So it's not that we just use a sentence in social world, therefore it's all good, or language models use it in a social world, but it's just whether they can make this kind of commitments and entitlements. And there are reasons to say that the current large language models can't do that. And then the third problem is a psychological problem. This take maybe is a little bit more controversial, but I think we can maybe all appreciate if we kind of think that there's nothing out of the reality other than the brain, and the mental states and our psychology somehow in a very complicated way arises from our brain. Then we can say that large language models do not have a brain the way that we have brains and other animals have brains from an evolutionary point of view. And therefore, it is very hard to claim that they have psychological states. The psychological states, so we can't just say they just have beliefs, but they don't have commitments. Psychological states come in a package, and they play a role in explaining many things about human behavior and psychology. So there's also a psychological problem. So then in short, I want to say, when we think about, when we want to think or answer to a question of can large language models understand meaning, we have to do a conceptual engineering here and think that meaning has 2 aspects: semantic aspects of meaning, foundational aspects of meaning. Large language models are making progress in capturing semantic aspects of meaning, but they cannot capture foundational aspects of meaning due to 3 problems that I raised. In order for large language models to understand meaning, they need to capture foundational meaning and semantic meanings, and the understanding of meaning comes out from a dynamic interplay between them. And therefore, this general question of can large language models understand meaning would receive a negative response in this general formulation. Thank you for your attention.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your fascinating insights with that topic, Atusa. It does mesh really quite well with the rest of our, with a number of our other more linguistically / literarily focused presentation. So thank you again. Thanks for joining us so early in the morning for you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much, folks. That concludes our afternoon session. We're just going to take a very short break to get the room reset. We'll come back in here in about 5 minutes or so with the combined room for some for one more keynote speech and some closing remarks. Thank you very much. It's perfect timing as well.
All right. Okay. Thanks, Jade. Okay. So a scientist that probably doesn't need much introduction, but I'm going to give you one anyway. So Professor Toby Walsh. Pardon?
Keep it short.
Yeah. Professor Toby Walsh is going to be discussing generative AI technologist perspective. An ARC laureate fellow and Scientia professor of AI at UNSW and CSIRO Data 61, chief scientist of UNSW AI, UNSW's AI Institute, and a strong advocate for responsible AI. Professor Walsh has spoken at the UN to heads of state, parliamentary bodies, company boards, and many others about ensuring AI is used to improve our lives. And his advocacy has even led him to being banned indefinitely from Russia. Yes. Wow, that's cool. Additionally, he's a fellow of the Australian Academy of Science. So I put your hands together for Professor Toby Walsh.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. Unfortunately, I wasn't here first thing this morning. I was in Queensland. I'm sure you acknowledge country, but I want to acknowledge the ownership of the lands upon which we meet, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, I believe, and pay my respects. I want to, I know I'm between you and drinks and more networking, so I'm trying to keep this as lively and short as possible. I want to bust a few myths. I've worked in the field now for 40 years. I've been dreaming about artificial intelligence for nigh on 50 years. And I have to say, it is the most exciting time of those 40 or 50 years to be working in the field. But I think we need a proper perspective. And it's surprising to me, and I suspect to a number of my colleagues, how much attention ChatGPT got. Because it wasn't the first large language model, it wasn't the best large language model. And indeed, a little known story, it very nearly didn't even get released. It was so, the people at OpenAI, Sam Altman and colleagues, were so uncertain about its value that they actually had a meeting where they actually decided they'd run it through an internal product group who had said to them, interesting, but what would you do with it? Which actually I think is a pretty good summary. And so then they pivoted, as you always do in Silicon Valley, for a couple of months. This was leading up to the final public release. For a couple of months, they tried specializing it to particular domains. OpenAI is only a small company, so they didn't really have the data for that. They didn't have the resources for that. So that completely failed. So they were at the failure meeting to decide what to do next. And I think the favorite proposal on the table was, let's focus on GPT-4, which they've been ramping up. And we learned some interesting things with ChatGPT, but let's just spin it. And that was the serious proposal until Sam apparently said, well, let's just put it out there. And you know that is actually, you know that this is a true story, because if they'd had any idea of the success it was going to have, they'd have come up with a better name. So, you know, it was surprising to them, it's surprising to me that it's had such a wide impact. And as you know, many people have commented, it is, you know, the fastest growing app ever. 1 million people at the end of the 5 days. I was one of them. 100 million people at the end of the first month. And now, I guess you could measure it probably in the billions because Microsoft are giving it to the world. So it really is amazing. to see how it's captured our imagination. And partly, I think it was Judy who said this morning or this afternoon, partly was it had a nice interface. That certainly helped, but it was much more than that. It was partly that it could do your homework. There's a few other reasons, I guess, but sociologists of history, I hope, will look into it with the benefit of the hindsight that we will have later on to understand why it caught our imagination. But the best reason I think I can give you as to why is to look at history. And history, of course, never repeats, but it does rhyme. And so the moment I think this rhymes with is one that I just about remember. I'm just old enough to know this. I suspect there's only a few of you in the room who are going to know. Why is this not working? Okay, it is working. Now, who recognizes what this is? Oh, this is wonderful, yes. Oh, someone quite young has recognized it, but this, you see this? Yeah, well, actually, so this is VisiCalc. This was the first spreadsheet for a personal computer. And what's interesting about VisiCalc is it was the first killer app. It sold people on personal computers. I remember I was a young lad back then, and people would say to you, why do we need a personal computer? We've got that one in the air conditioning. We've got that big computer in the air conditioned data processing center that does the payroll and does our finite element calculations, all that. Why would I want one on my desk? And VisiCalc came out and people said, oh, I want one, and actually got their credit card out and brought one. And the Apple II was sold on the back of a lot of people who wanted to run VisiCalc, and that was the way to run VisiCalc. So all credit to Daniel and Robert, the two people behind VisiCalc. A couple of interesting things about VisiCalc. One is you see the VisiCalc Corp. So VisiCalc came in 1979. It wasn't the first spreadsheet. It was the first spreadsheet for a personal computer, but it wasn't the first spreadsheet. So they weren't even the first. We already had spreadsheets by then. And also you see it stopped in 1985, but VisiCalc Corp actually went bankrupt in 1985. And many of you in the room never heard of VisiCalc. You might have heard of Lotus 123 or Excel, but VisiCalc has been lost in the history of time, remembered fondly by people like myself, but few other people. And I suspect the same will be true of ChatGPT and possibly OpenAI, although they do have a bit of a buffer, $10 billion buffer to keep themselves running for a while. But I do suspect this has just given us a taste of the future, and it is not the future. The future is actually something much different. VisiCalc gave us a taste for the personal computer. It was the first killer app, as I said. And what's interesting is to think today, if you use a personal computer, most of the apps that you're running are not spreadsheets or derivatives of spreadsheets. They're doing completely other different things. Most of them, nothing to do with spreadsheets. And so I imagine the same is going to be true. This has given us a snapshot of a future, an AI future, another platform that lives above the compute level, that provides an intelligent layer above the level that we're used to interacting with computers. And this was the first time we got a little snapshot of what that future looked. But that future is going to be much, much richer than just being able to type into a large language model. Can you answer my homework essay question? So I think you've got to see it, the context of this is much, much broader than thinking about ChatGPT or son or daughter of ChatGPT. And indeed, I think, Hollywood, again, place to look at for some visions of that future. Most AI Hollywood movies end badly. They end with normally killing the AI scientists, which I think is a bit distressing. But the one that I like, I think one that I know many people like, because it gets a couple of things right, is Her. And there you do see AI as a platform technology, right? Joaquin Phoenix, downloads the latest AI operating system that he then falls in love with. And the other thing that it gets right is that AI is going to be the interface to all of our devices. Increasingly, everything's going to have a bit of smartness sprinkled in it. Everything's going to be connected. Our light bulbs, our front door, our washing machine, everything's going to be interconnected Most of them aren't going to have keyboards. Most of them aren't going to have screens. So how are we going to interact with them? Of course, we're going to speak to them and they're going to speak back to us. And of course, you need artificial intelligence to negotiate those conversations and to make that a high level conversation where we can just issue some vague high level commands and it does the right sort of thing. So that again, I think gives us a nice vision of the richer, very rich future that is now starting to arrive. And that's the exciting part. I said I want to bust a few myths. Actually, I think the most exciting thing I've seen in the last couple of weeks, and is again, I think gives us a feel for what that future might involve, was an announcement from Bloomberg that they've made their own specialized large language model called Bloomberg GPT. And I think we're going to see this. This is actually very much the future. It's going to solve many of the problems about privacy, about hallucination, and so on, is that there are two companies on the planet, Bloomberg and Reuters, who could have done this, that they have the data, they have the financial data, that they have the quality of data. That's the thing that, one of the problems with large language models is they've been trained on everything and anything. And we're going to see increasingly people specialize, focus the models. And what is going to be the moats that protect people, protect companies that won't make those investments worthwhile? It's not the technology. You give me some money, I can build you a large language model. There are open source efforts to it. Soon as a large language model comes out, there's an open source variant of it. The technology is pretty well known to everyone. There's a bit of engineering expertise. You have to have a little bit of money, but even that's coming down so rapidly. It took tens of millions to make GPT-3. It cost, I think, Stable Diffusion of the order of hundreds of thousands to make their version of it. And now there was an example where Stanford made a ChatGPT clone for $600. So there's clearly money or technology is not the barrier. And it seems to me the only barrier is going to be data. And so that's why Bloomberg was one of the two companies on the planet that could have done this. They have the data. And you see people waking up to this realization, this idea. Reddit realized, oh, people have been taking our data and making all these very valuable language models out. And so they started to realize, oh, we start charging for our access to our API. You saw Stack Overflow do the same. It was becoming very obvious. Even Mr. Musk, sorry. That's a Freud. There's an interesting bit, Ross, in my brain. My brain has obviously connected the two. Even Mr. Musk has worked that out, and that you should start actually charging serious money for the Twitter data, because it is the data at the end of the day, I suspect, is going to be one of the few moats that we have. And indeed, data, the quality of data is going to be a success to dealing with many of the issues that we face with making these models and using these responsibles in a more responsible way. For example, hallucination. If they're focused on a particular domain, they're not going to be hallucinating random stuff that they read on Reddit. And also you see this in the legal setting as well. You see that many of the challenges that coming towards us concern around the EU, the case in Italy, centers upon data. So I suspect that data is going to be proved not as we were being persuaded this morning. It's not compute, but it's data that's going to be the critical key that opens and closes this technology for us. But also to point out, I said I want to bust a few myths. This idea that these models are increasingly capable. So often I see people actually do some proper analysis of what the model is doing and discovering it's more information retrieval than reasoning. And there's some really obvious examples. It's not clear to me that if we throw even more data, that we're going to be able to get the models to do simple logical reasoning. All of you in this room can solve this problem. And I'm not sure we're ever going to have enough data to get it to do the right sorts of abstraction and right sort of symbol processing that we can do with, that we do and that we can do with, more good old-fashioned AI methods. So I think we've still got a long way to go. And I suspect that's where we're going to see a combination of neurosymbolic methods where we actually do try and get the best of both worlds. It's also depressing to see. I mean, a lot of people have mentioned bias. These large language models have bias, but when we look, it's even easier to see it in the image generating models. It's really disappointing to see. We know that these models are going to be sexist and racist and so on. And to see that this is stable diffusion, that there has been no attempt made to fix it. If you type CEO on a phone, you only get male CEOs. We know things you could do to fix this, but it seems acceptable not to do that. It seems acceptable just to put it out there and continue with the fact, despite the fact that we know how to fix that. It really is disappointing that we are seeing, partly driven by the commercial pressure, but tech companies, big tech companies especially, give up many of the things that they used to do in the race to be competitive. And then something that we all do, I do this, I have to keep on checking myself doing this, but anthropomorphizing the models and suggesting that there's any sort of hint of understanding, right? So if you look at the left one, I asked for a cat painted by Picasso, and it does a pretty good job of painting a cat by Picasso. And so I think it's understanding what I'm asking it to do. But if I ask it for Picasso painted by a cat, you get the same pictures. That is clearly not Picasso. I know what Picasso looked like before he died, and I'm sure cats don't paint like that. Indeed, any permutation of the words cat, Picasso, and painting produce the same images. It is not, we fool ourselves, we deceive ourselves by thinking it's understanding a cat painted in the style of Picasso. Just to reinforce this again, I'll got another example, a painting of a cat. Everything has to be cats, right? That's why we invented the internet, in the style of Rembrandt. And it does a pretty good job on the left of a cat in the style of Rembrandt. Then you ask for a painting of a cat in the style of anyone but Rembrandt. I give you the world. And actually, it does the best Rembrandt with the frilly collar. These have no understanding of the language that they're reading. They have no understanding of truth. To talk about lying and hallucination suggests they have some understanding about what was true and what is false. They don't. They're just completing sentences, completing paragraphs, saying things that they sort of reflect back what they were trained on the web. And we're so quick to imply meaning. And, you know, that's pretty useful stuff. But we have to tread very carefully and not suggest it is actually much more than it is. And of course, I mean, one of the things I think that worries me most in terms of the harms that we're going to do is the harms of deception. These are the perfect weapons of mass persuasion. We can personalize mass persuasion. I can learn on social media that you do Wordle puzzles. I can ask Chatllm23 to write me a phishing email targeted at you that will get you to click on the link that's focused upon your love of Wordle, or whatever it happens to be, or golf, or whatever it happens to be. And of course, we're going to be running into the idea that much of the content, text, voice, audio, video, that we see is going to be synthetic, is going to be used to fool us. What's surprising about this headline, there was a bank robbery where they stole $35 million from a bank in Dubai by cloning the voice of the company director, who rang up the bank manager and said, I'm buying another company. My lawyer's going to be in touch with the coordinates, and we're going to send them $35 million to buy the company. Turned out to be the latest sophisticated bank heist. What's surprising about this headline is this is not the first bank robbery done with a voice clone. This is, at least as far as we know, the second. Possibly there are others that haven't come out. And to see how quickly people pick up and use this. I'm always surprised that people think biometric information is so unique, because I'm a twin, right? So my twin can open my phone with his face. My twin can pass for my voice. And now we've all discovered that we've all got twins. And it, you know, Microsoft, and kudos to them for not releasing it, have a tool called Vale, play on Dale with voice. And they claim it just requires a few seconds of your voice to be able to clone your voice. I could just ring up your answer phone. I can get your voice. I can clone your voice. that clearly is a tool for mischief. And to see how quickly that tool of mischief is then weaponized, and a story that came out of the US recently where someone was rung up by some bad people who had cloned her daughter's voice, pretending to have kidnapped. Fortunately, they hadn't kidnapped their daughter, and asking for $1 million ransom. And so, unfortunately, we're going to see the technologies misused in this ways. We're going to think, I think, though, soon tire of all this generating synthetic stuff. I don't think really we need too many more teddies underwater on their keyboards. And actually, I think it's disappointing that we named generative AI, because it focuses our attention, actually, I suspect, on what's not the most useful, most interesting part of what we can do with these sorts of models, which is not that they can generate synthetic stuff, but they're really good at summarizing and synthesizing. And actually, that's a really important intelligent activity that we do. A lot of us do a lot of it. And actually, I suspect many of the great opportunities are in the synthesis and summary, not in the generate part of the world. And to validate that claim, I looked at the latest Y Combinator set of companies coming through, and many of them are in generative AI. There's 20 or more in generative AI. But if you look at the domains that they're focused on, most of them are not generating memes or images or stuff. They're summarizing and synthesizing information. And indeed, I think that's where the greatest opportunity, the greatest promise is going to be with generative AI, is in summary and synthesis. These tools are fantastic. You can ask ChatGPT to summarize what it is. It does a fantastic job. And a lot of what we need to do, what we do in our lives, is doing that, bringing together information or synthesizing information from different sources. Here, I've asked GPT-4 to write me a table about the latest phones. It's brought all the information together from many different places. So I think the opportunities actually are great. And I'm just going there, maybe time for some questions. I've actually got a new book coming out. I started writing it over a year ago. You have the privilege of being the first people to see the new cover, which was, of course, generated by Stable Diffusion, called Faking It, which looks at all these issues and more. It will be out in a couple of months' time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Toby Walsh, for that insightful and entertaining presentation.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions from the audience? Yep.
Thank you. Thanks for the lovely talk. I'm Angelica. A bit different from the topics we're discussing, but I just want to know your thoughts on the 6-month AI ban that was signed by some of the very well-known scientists around the world. I mean, Elon, I guess it came to me because you showed Elon Musk on the screen. So he signed it too. So I'm wondering, what's your thought on that? Do you think it's going to stifle the innovation, or is it actually going to do some good?
Well, there's a bunch of questions in there. So I know Max, who actually wrote the letter very well, and he asked me to sign the letter at the start, and I refused to sign it. Not because I don't think that we should be more careful and more responsible about the way we deploy these technologies. I think 100% we should. But I thought the letter was alarmist and raised the wrong fears. And that also the proposal of stopping AI research for 6 months, or stopping research on large models of the scale of GPT-4 or bigger, was A, never going to happen, and B, was actually the wrong idea. What we need is more research, not less research. We need to understand the capabilities, the limitations of these technologies more. The idea that we could just stop research, that anyone would agree with it, I think is hopeless. But I do think that tech companies are behaving in not a particularly responsible way. And in particular, they are backtracking on behaviors that were more responsible. And just to give a couple of examples, Google had their large language model, Lambda, almost a year ago now, I guess. And they And I think there was a very reasonable decision, decided not to release it to public because they were worried about the fact it was going to say things that were false and the reputational risk that would have on them and the risks of saying false things to people. I think that's a very reasonable risk. Until, of course, OpenAI got in bed with Microsoft, and the next day, or the same day, I think it was, that Google announced that they're going to release it and embed it in their product called Bard. But nothing had changed as far as I could understand with what with the tool. They had no greater understanding, no greater guardrails in place, other than the commercial pressure that they decided they had to do that. And to hear the CEO of Microsoft say, I want you to know that we were the ones that made Google dance. It's like, wow, that's a change of language from someone who's previously had spoken in a very responsible way about the deployment of this technology. Or to discover, as you know, my final example I'm going to end with, Microsoft's AI principles have first and foremost transparency, which is a very good principle, a very worthy principle to try and ensure that technology is just deployed in responsible ways. And yet they proudly announced when the new Bing came out that they had been secretly using GPT-4 for the last, I don't know how many months, and didn't think that it was worth any explanation at all as to why they'd been untransparent about this, and that they had deceived us all willingly. And they just gleefully told us, oh, by the way, you've been using GPT-4, which, I'd actually suspected because that's why I had treated the New York Times journalist, Kevin Roose, so strangely and bizarrely, because it was actually way more than ChatGPT.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the question. I'm afraid we'll have to hold on to our burning questions for our networking session, which is just going on in the foyer outside. So for now, please give one more round of applause for Professor Toby Walsh. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, just before we hand back to our chair, Beck, for some closing remarks, I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank the one person without whose incredible efforts, sleepless nights, endless amount of hard work, this event wouldn't have been possible. So please put it together for Beck. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And one last thing, can I just get all of the staff and helpers to come up here as well so you can thank them? It's been an incredible day. There's been a couple of months of work have gone into this. Oh, is this on? And apart from all their hard work today, there's been a lot of hard work for many, many weeks. So I'd like to thank all of these people. Thank you. And I, of course, want to thank Toby Walsh. Thank you very much for flying down from Queensland this morning, for many of our speakers that flew up from Melbourne this morning, from our speaker that flew in from Korea yesterday and is going back to Korea tomorrow. I think actually we've had other people coming down from Queensland today as well. So I think it's really telling that this is obviously a great conversation that people want to jump on board. And what I really hope comes out of this day is that, and I think I'm hearing that happening with all of the chit chat in the room, is that you've made a lot more connections and that we can stay bridged a lot more, and then we can continue these conversations and across different disciplines. So enjoy, continue the chat outside, and we'll see you out there with a glass of wine. Thank you.